Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn. And welcome to twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. I'm just all clicky. I'm smiling, I'm smiling because of how clicky I am. So I decided, maybe like an hour ago, I decided, all right, we're going to do today's live stream starting at 4 p.m. We did it last live stream because my sleep schedule's been rotating around, and now I'm waking up early. Early for me, well, early for anybody really, because it's been things like 3:45 a.m. to 6 a.m. For the past couple of days. Today, though, woke up at 9 a.m. So, I could have maybe started this thing up at 8 p.m., but I decided I'm going to do it at 4. And so I'm smiling right now because the number of things that I just made happen over the course of the past, 7 minutes in order to start up a live stream is goddamn impressive to me, anyway. Hello, DH Gaming 117 and Little Magnus. Welcome to the channel, DH Gaming, or at least to speaking in the channel. Your first time is the chat. It tells me a first-time viewer, and so I know things. Your credit card number starts 4167. Welcome to the live stream, everybody. Kerbal Space Program. So, straight off the bat, I should get this out there early so that it's of use to no one, because, people will be showing up in, drips and drabs. But today, because we missed Sunday's stream, I'm leaving it all up to you, babe, with the burning love inside. Something like that. I'm leaving it up to you guys in terms of what we do today. We could go to creative mode, where we're currently just about turning the corner into the final stage of building the Mystery Science Theater 3000 Satellite of Love, the ship from the show Mystery Science Theater 3000 that Joel and then later Mike and Cambot and then there were the actual stars of the show whose names I can't remember. They were all on the Satellite of Love. It's been a number of live streams getting to the point that we are with it, so we can either jump into that or go back to career mode, which is what we're supposed to be doing today, wherein we've just built a 40-ton shuttle, space shuttle, that could use some, one, tweaking, and two, to be put to use, since we've spent, I believe, over $1 million Kerbucks in the developing it in our career mode. And I haven't left our planetary system yet. I was still just Moon and Minmus, and haven't even really been to those enough yet. And we're building a 40-ton shuttle and spending $1 million on it. Because why not? Because it's my game, I'll do what I want, damn it. I've been here before with a different account. Oh, okay. But yeah, so viewer's choice today, MST3K SoL Love, creative build, or carrying on in career mode, presumably with our shuttle, which I have ideas for things that we could drag up. But before we get started, I wrote some things down over the week that I'd like to share with y'all. Number one is a little thing that I wrote recently. I watched, I think it was Thought Slime. I've been, consuming this socialist, left-wing kind of content lately, and I was very happy to find a YouTube channel by the name of Thought Slime. Very good, very well presented, very, reasonably well researched as well, everything that he speaks about. So, consuming some of that, and now that I'm subscribed to the channel, got one, the latest one came down, and it was about the idea of, it was toxic gratitude, which is a term is what? Toxic gratitude? Toxic positivity for, these kinds of concepts. Toxic positivity, toxic gratitude. Watching the video made me think of something. It pulled dredged a memory up, and that I then wrote a comment on the channel for, that I then continually refined until I have what I'm about to read to you here. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is a lovely little fun Zen story from my days as a Buddhist monk, traveling with my Zen master, Hwalsen Sunam, on our way to South Korea to visit the home temple. It goes something like this. Like this. You gotta, over there. When traveling with my Zen master, we had a layover in California for a few days. So we're out somewhere, in our robes, of course, and a curious guy walks up to chat. He's very kind and all, just asking what we're here for, where our temple is, etc. And then something seemingly insignificant that I'll never forget happens. In response to my Zen master simply answering his questions about who we are and where we're coming from, this guy looks my teacher straight in the eyes and says, "Good for you." As a Rust Belter from Detroit, I don't think I'd ever heard anyone say "good for you" with sincerity. As a teasing jab or a comedic punchline, sure, but this was neither of those. He meant it genuinely. And maybe it was the thousands of hours of meditation talking, but in the moment this man spoke those words, I felt like I saw straight into and through this stranger's heart. On the surface, the man was merely expressing his congratulations on my Zen master's personal successes. His personal successes as a propertyless, vow of poverty swearing, selflessness espousing monk. So yeah, the attaboy here is a bit misplaced. But buried in his words, posture, and tone of voice was so much more. In fact, having heard it spoken this way, I question whether there's any way to say, "Good for you," without meaning, "Good for me." Because the powder packed so tightly within this three-word verbal pill was pure desperation. This man was with a little nothing of a sentence, was stood there, in truth, asking my Zen master's consent and agreement to his entire life. By serving up a white-knuckled, good vibe, spread the love gratitude, he wasn't well-wishing either of us. He was well-wishing himself. Maintaining by wearying force of effort a mask of undogged extrovert positivity to the goal of daily earning his own permission just to carry on, an umbrella of deflective positivity erected to take shelter from his own self-recriminations. And in that precise moment, I felt that, all at once, I understood the relationship of California to its unique version of a middle class. That this place is where people come to find others seeking psychic shelter from their own internal storms of repressed empathy. They feel the inequality of the windfall fortunes that have created the vast excesses shaping their lots in life, and they are drained by an unacknowledged guilt that, by a mixture of circumstances both within and without their control, they should end up having so much, while others have so little. Rather than confront this pain, investigate its source, and learn from the lessons being taught by their own body-mind, they seek a community of others equally in denial of these emotions, that together they might reflect upon each other a false image of what they want to see, instead of what is there to be seen. Good for you, at least from this man's lips and in this moment, was to me a coded proposition. I'll help distract you from your reality if you'll help distract me from mine. Deal? And certainly this form of gratitude can be described as toxic, foremost to the purveyors of it, who are forever stuck wallowing in their own spiritual muck, rejecting the pain that is trying to teach them. And I suppose, secondarily, it might also be toxic to the people sleeping in refrigerator boxes under overpasses and sometimes dying in the streets of these cloud cities, whose bodies the stoically happy and willfully grateful must needs be tread over and upon as they stroll their city's sidewalks, gazing into blue skies overhead, whistling jaunty tunes, and only pausing but briefly to deliver toothy grins and thumbs up upon their sunglassed fellows other, driving past in giallo-yellow Lamborghinis. Thank you. Thank you. Fun thing, I like this memory I have of being out with my Zen master and just, this guy who just comes into chat, and there he is, and he's just chatting, and then, "Good for you." Have you ever heard that? Has anybody ever said, "Good for you" to you? Has anyone in your entire life, friend, family, or otherwise, ever said, "Good for you"? Because the only, situation in which it seems like it might be appropriate is, when you're saying, "Good for you for getting out of that fucked up relationship with that person who's been beating the shit out of you." Something like that. Good for you. Finally, you got out of there. But even when you're saying that, it's not really well-wishing them. Good for you. It's good for me that I don't have to fucking feel guilty about not doing something about that myself or having to worry about you and that kind of stuff. Good for you. Thank God you're getting your shit together so I don't have to deal with your stress. The stress that you're putting on me by just me knowing it. Good for you. Just, I wonder whether there is a way to say it where it's not about the person saying it, where it's actually just good for you. I'm sure there is, because I have experienced true love, and true love is also, most people are confused about what love is. And true love is when it actually just comes out of you towards someone else without wanting anything back, without really having anything to do with you. It can be experienced, and many people with children have. Few people who believe that they have in a romantic relationship have. But I read this when you posted it to Discord. Gotta say, I disagree. You're reading and assuming a lot about this other person based on your your interpretation of what he must be meaning, thinking. Well, of course I am, just like you're doing now. Just like we all are at all points in our lives. Every image that hits our eyes is through the distorted and distended lens of our own eyes and our own minds and the clouds that we carry with us. Now, was I right about this individual in the moment? Neither you or I will ever really know. Importantly, I had been sitting on a meditation mat for thousands of hours at that point on a daily basis and practicing as a monk, and the point of that is to, squeegee that third eye, to clear away and just try and see things as they are when they are in the moment. I wasn't carrying around any political or social views with me, certainly with my Zen master standing next to me. I walked into that situation and this guy said those words and it hit my ears weird. So I would say there is a more than 50% chance that I was correct, only because of the practice that I was keeping at that time, mind you. But even if I wasn't, what does it matter? Do you disagree that anyone experiences that? Do you disagree that any of the Californianites, especially the West Coast, San Francisco, LA, Californianites, that they are not paying their therapists, that they are, first off, don't almost all have therapists, and then that they aren't paying them and then going to those therapists and complaining about basically having become so incredibly successful and having all these resources and this money, and yet still feeling just unfulfilled in some way and guilty about their own successes, and as though they are pretenders in the positions that they're in, and like all of these conditions that are well recognized by psychology. Whether I was right or wrong about this one individual in this moment is down to the color of the lens through which, I had happened to be viewing the world at that time. It may have just been sparked off by the fact that I've never, as a Rust Belter who doesn't encounter like stranger positivity on that level a lot, it was just really weird to hear that. Might have been colored additionally because he was telling my Zen master, who is a monk, good for you. As though my Zen master would want or need, or it was appropriate in any sense to be speaking to a Buddhist monk and congratulating them on their successes. The entire monastery, the whole concept of the monastic life is about as far removed from that kind of backslapping attaboy bullshit. Hey, you're doing really good, aren't you? It's as far removed from that as it could possibly be. So it could also have been, influenced by how inopportune the phrase was. Now, not necessarily with this individual understanding what they were saying, or understanding the role of a monk, or understanding what a monk has sacrificed, or what choices that they've made in their life, kind of a thing. So again, could have just been a lot of contextual clues that added up to me to going, oh my God, and having this moment of just a flood of kind of interpreting all of this in that moment. And that's the other thing, is that, your firsthand experiences, now that I'm on Zen, your firsthand real experiences are just that. In the moment that they exist, they are true to you. And they are true in the sense that they are truly what you saw, or what you think you saw, or how you feel, or, it's the truth of your mind and your experience in that moment. Then, after that moment, if you have some reason to try and make sense of that moment, as we all do far too often, we then start inventing like justifications. We then start like coming up with the kinds of things that I've got in that article that I'm coming up with in order to explain why this one person would say this one word. But in that moment, all of that flooded in on me. Not exactly in those words or those highfalutin terms. I mean, I just wrote a thing. It was a writing project to write it that way. But the core of just that sudden awareness of where this guy was coming from, at least where I thought he was coming from, and it's a sad thing. It's not a massive critical, oh my God, you people are fucked up kind of a thing. The way it hit me was like, oh, it was despair. But that was very real, you know? In that moment, that was real as it was. And so whether you think I'm judging this one random stranger who nobody knows his name and I'll never see him again and you don't know who he is. The question would be whether or not my writing has virtue in the first place in addressing exactly what it's talking about there. It doesn't matter whether this one individual was the embodiment of everything that I saw in that moment. But it may be helpful to those who are in that place and trying to figure out why they feel the way they feel. Paying therapists lots of money in order to try and get there. Let me just scroll up before I get to that cheer and see if, I've been ranting. Because you know me, I like to start ranting and then just get lost in it. Will Pong get mad at KSP if he continues the build of Satellite of Love today? 8-Ball says, 8-Ball is broken. It is actually possible to be happy for someone in a genuine way. Absolutely. Just like true love is possible. I don't feel that it happens that often. Like, it doesn't happen as often as it ought to for most people out there. Like, the ego is so powerful in everyone, and so much reinforced in today's culture and modern culture and stuff like that, that I feel like a lot of life is performative for most people, you know? They're going through the motions of being what they think they're supposed to be in a moment and you know, thinking one thing and then doing what they feel they're supposed to be doing, or acting the way they feel that they're supposed to be acting, and that there is a lack of genuineness roundly throughout 2021 society. Diggity D89, thank you so much for the subscription. 16 months. Nice to be catching a stream live. Been following KSP after the fact. Good to have you back, Pawn. I'm back for as long as my body will allow me. Because I've definitely been struggling with it. We started out at 8 p.m. and I'll tell you what, here's my plan, like in the immediate future. We're just chatting, we're killing time, you know. Hey, if you got a place to be, why isn't it here? Why can't you be satisfied in the current moment? Why do you imagine that there's a past and a future and that these two we're just chatting. I'm just filling spaces and stuff like that. Yeah, my plan going forward with the channel is when I was on that night schedule, I would wake up at like 6 p.m. on the days that I had to stream, get my shit together, and by 8 p.m. be here to stream. That worked out. Now that I'm waking up super early, I'm here to stream at 4 p.m., and that works out, you know, it's waning energy near the end of the day. But the schedule keeps rolling around with my sleep, so I'll have more and more energy over time. So what I'm thinking is 4 p.m. when I'm on an early bird's wake-up kind of schedule, and, you know, until it doesn't make any sense to do it at 4 p.m., basically until I start waking up after 2 p.m., and then I'll just switch it back over to 8 p.m. So somebody remind me to change my schedule around for now, my Twitch schedule of streaming, you know, planned streaming schedules, so that it says 4 p.m., and that's just how we're going to have to live, you know? I can't keep that kind of timing with a condition that hits me the way that it hits me here. My ego is definitely the best, says Lava Lamp. I'm not going to disagree with you. Are you using Reshade with ray tracing on Kerbal? They got ray tracing for Kerbal? No, definitely not. I got, what is it? See, you said Reshade. Now that's stuck in my head. It's Spectrum. Spectrum is the mod pack that I'm using to give all the visuals. So it just pulls in like 6 other mods and makes the configurations that it likes. And I find it to be very low weight in terms of memory consumption and CPU hogging and that kind of stuff, and still gives a very pleasant version of KSP's, you know, solar system. Since you like to program, Advent of Code starts at midnight for you tonight. A little mini Christmas-themed programming problem every day. Oh, really? I'll be playing along when it hits tonight. Oh, well, that'd be fun. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I've been playing, in fact, here's another thing that I wrote down, and since you bring that up, and since I'm just killing time here, no, because this is how we're spending time with one another. We will get to Kerbal shortly, you know, eventually, shortly. Uh, Exapunks, there's no, because it's a Steam link kind of a thing. Oh, hey, whatever. Shoot. How the hell do I get it up then? I guess I'll go through Steam. You know what? Come over here for a second while I try and sort this stuff out. But I'm going to pull up Exapunks because this is what I've been playing a lot, and I got a couple of levels that I'd like to show you, if I could. I just got to actually figure out how to open it when I can't really access my desktop without messing up the rest of the live stream. So Exapunks starts with an E. I do remember that. Exapunks, which is a game by Zachtronics. Zachtronics Studios? Am I right in that? Tell me I'm right in that. Yeah! Exapunks, a programming game, the second best programming-y kind of a game. I mean, I guess this would be the first best programming game, specifically programming. But the best thing that's kind of in this world that I've ever played is Hacknet. And if you've never played it before, I believe it's always very cheap to purchase. I highly recommend it because it's got the best. It's a game where, you know, your Linux, basically command line kind of stuff going on. So it's a typey game. It had the most immersive experience that I've ever had in gaming in it. You know, all the people trying, oh my god, and the graphics and the 3D open world, and I can choose whatever character I want to be. And in terms of actual immersion, the most immersed I've ever been has been a specific moment that you will know when it comes along if you play Hacknet. And let no one ruin it for you either. Stay away from information because it's just fucking amazing. It's mind-blowing. You probably do have to have a certain mindset and interest in the first place in that kind of thing, in programming, in hacking, that kind of a deal, in order to get into it. But it will, you know, take your hand and bring you along and teach you what you need to know, and then maybe you'll find out that you've just had the most amazing experience you've ever had in gaming. Shenzhen IO is my favorite to be amazing. I really like Shenzhen, but it's so much. There's something about the snapping together of different parts and coding this part to do that and then noting it together. I mean, it's all just sort of a different framework built around the same sort of assembly style code concept that repeats itself over and over again in Zachtronics' work. But there's something about that that's just so difficult to... It's off-putting. It's off-putting, you know? It makes me feel like I can't do what I'm trying to do, like I can't get there, like I can't understand it. There's too many moving parts. And that said, I enjoy the fuck out of Exapunks. This one it's really just down to interface and presentation. The interface and presentation of Exapunks is just off the fucking charts. It's awesome. What is this? It's a new KSP update. Hello, Noah Crow. Before we get started in KSP, I wrote down a couple of things that I wanted to show off at the live stream, some of my programming in Exapunks, because I played this game to its completion and beat it some time ago, and whoever got it for me, I hate to guess who got it for me because I've forgotten, but they got me like the full pack. They sent me Exapunks. You could buy it with zines. Like, they print it up. Here's the other one. You tell I've been playing it lately. You get it with these little zines, and the zines have like articles about things that then become relevant in the game, and the game references back to, you know, check out the section on network exploration, geographic information systems in the zine. Really fucking good, and it came with also an envelope that when you beat the game, you open. You're supposed to not open that envelope, and I didn't. But it was a very good motivator to get to the end of the game to pop it open. It was me, you doofus. That was my guess, Noah. But I didn't want to say it and then have somebody else be like, hey, I got you that. Thank you, Noah Croft, for the Exapunks. Got me the full, you know, the full shebang here. So I've got the printed materials and all of that. But what I wanted to share with you was, apparently, these are just things that I wrote down, the Emerson virus. So Emerson, somewhere in this list of things that you can do, I think it was called Emerson. When I wrote down Emerson because I thought it was Emerson. Let's just scroll up and see if we see the word Emerson somewhere in here. Emerson's Guide. Yes, there we go. So, Emerson's Guide is, the mission is to give a convenience store a high rating in a prestigious restaurant guide. Let's step through the intro. So this is Ember 2, an AI that you're talking to and learning more about throughout the game. Theory: the inconsistency of ratings depends on context. We made a hit by picking a generic pop song and artificially boosting its exposure. Did that in a previous mission where we hacked a radio station to make them play exactly one song over and over and over again. But there are other domains where this isn't possible. For example, you couldn't change people's behavior by giving a last stop, like a corner store, a 5-star rating in a restaurant guide. That would be ridiculous. You never know. This is why we need to experiment. So that's the intro to Emerson's Guide. And so we come in, and this is what we find in Emerson's Guide. I'm going to just go back to my original solution here, but so in Emerson's Guide, what we've got is just this huge network of these different little cells. And what you need to do is, if I read down here, each host, which is, all of that, contains a list of restaurants and their ratings from 1 to 5 stars. Locate the entry that corresponds to the last stop on Eddy Street and change its rating from 1 to 5 stars. So more or less, that's it. We've got this little star here that tells us if we link 800, so that's one of the codes here, link 800, basically just saying go this direction. 800 will take us north, 802 would take us south, 801 would be east, 803 would be west. And we just need to search every single one of these files, find where last stop Eddy is in the file, and then change its rating from 1 star to 5 stars. So my original solution, apparently when I first played the game of year 2 ago, went like this. So let's see what happens. My little robot here, he picks up the file that contains the name for last stop Eddy, and it also contains where. Does it contain where I'll find it? It does contain where I'll find it. So 1 would be, first coordinate is the number of times to move east, and the second is the coordinate of number of times to move north. So this is telling us that once we're in here, we want to move to the east once, and then -1 would be south, and head there, and that's where Eddy will be. So we don't just have to find it without any information, we can actually find it by, walking to it. So let's see what my solution did. He picks up the file, and he walks into the thing, and then he walks east once, and then he walks south once, so he is following the instructions, and then he gets there, and what he's going to do is he's now going to copy the name last stop Eddy into his X register so that he can compare that to the names that are in the file. He's going to throw this file he's carrying away with the wipe command. Then he's going to grab that file that's got all this information in it that we want to fuck with and make a last stop the best restaurant in town. And now we've got that restaurant up over here. We see it's Pho Nation, and then last stop Eddy. So first he tests to see if Pho Nation is equal to last stop Eddy. It isn't. So he's going to seek 5 positions forward in the file, and now he's on last stop Eddy. And now he's going to just test again and see if last stop Eddy is equal to last stop Eddy. It is, so we'll jump down to the stars, and then we're going to copy from the file that we're holding the star to our register so that we now know what a star looks like. We can just copy stars into the file, and now for each one of the spaces that is not a star, we put a star in, and then we just die. And that solves the puzzle. So that was my original solution, was that, and it gets it done in 37 cycles here. If we ran all of them, because it's a whole bunch of different, 100 different versions of the level to make sure that what you've programmed doesn't just work for one way. What if it's over here? What if it's over there? Then we find out that the best that does is, or rather the worst that does, under the worst circumstances, it takes 49 cycles. There's 49, 49, 49 to get that done. Doing that method, which is very simple and obvious. I started with my second pass, just cleaning up that code and optimizing, and got it down to 47 cycles. And then I think I must have gone through, I don't know, for a completely different method that I thought would be clean and simple, and ended up with a file size that's all of 2 lines shorter and takes longer. And then I decided to go a completely different way. So you'll see we have viral, we have COVID, we have Trump, and then we have capitalism. Capitalism gets this done in 25 cycles with just 42 lines of code and just 22 activity. So let's watch how capitalism does this. And I'm just going to play it. That's capitalism for you. So instead of giving two shits where the file tells us that Eddie may or may not be in this network, we just flood the entire network with bots, like a virus would, and then everybody goes to every single point and checks to see if the file that's in their node has last stop Eddie in it, and whichever one does, which I don't know which one did, just writes those stars in there, and then we're gone, we're out. 21 cycles to do what took 40 something in the worst possible scenario. So in the worst possible scenario running this code, it's 25 cycles. So I was very happy with that, creating like what appeared to me to be the most efficient virus that I could possibly code in this game to just infect all of those places. Let's see. I think there's a slightly faster strat here where you skip the second row at first and have the 5 exits from the first row all step up to the second row. It means your primary exit gets to the back row a couple of cycles sooner. So the way that I did that, I tried a bunch of different circumstances. The reason he goes in by one and then replicates and then sends that guy back is to manage it so that, like, if this one has it, it would be the longest one that we possibly get to. If this one has it, it would be one of the ones we get too close. Like, no matter how you distribute these guys, there's always going to be one of them that will be, or at least one row that would take the longest. This populates, like, there's one in every cell, and some of them have already checked what they needed to check and are dead by now in 13 cycles. Maybe you could do it faster, but give it a try and get back to me. I might have actually coded up a better version of it in later because there's another circumstance that was very similar. The other thing that I wanted to show off before we get into Kerbal here, because we are getting into Kerbal here, is there's a TV station satellite thing. Ooh. Do I remember? It's KGOG TV? Update a new television program to a satellite? No. It's another KGOG TV. Wait. Update a new television. No, to a satellite broadcast system. Yes. So this is the other one that I wanted to share with you before we got started here. So this is a whole nother big explanation, isn't it? So this is a television station. The idea here is that we want to send out our own, pirate broadcast on their news network. So what we need to do is we need to penetrate in, we need to align the satellite, their satellite dish, to the satellite's position, where we're going to contact one of their satellites in orbit. So we get their dish pointed at the satellite, and then in order to broadcast our video and not have it just be a mass of gobbledygook, we actually have to encode our video according to their standard. That's a security protocol kind of a thing. And so there's a complicated math thing that you got to do. It's not that complicated, but it's just some math to move the numbers around. If the numbers are this way, then do that to it. If the numbers are that way, do that to it, in order to change the file that we've got. This is supposedly our video file right there. So 1988, when we put it into their system, needs to be 7,433 up at the top there when I hold the show goal button down. And that's done by an algorithm, basically. So this is just incredibly interesting to me. The first working version I had was 488 cycles, and so it comes in, this guy, I'll show you this XA bot who's up here, he's the one who's going to be pointing the satellite dish where it needs to be. So he comes up here, and what he has to do is find out what the azimuth of the satellite is, and then send the motor commands to either move it up or down to the azimuth that it needs to be at. So he's just checking every cycle. He pulled what the azimuth is that he wants it to be, and then he's just checking to see every time that he copies a -1 to pull that 130 down toward 132 down toward 123. Is it at 123 yet? And then he'll do that for the azimuth, and then he'll move into here, and he'll do it for the elevation as well. So he's just pointing the satellite where it needs to be. While that's going on, we've got these two bots that need to manage the encoding of our video file so that it's, correct when we put it into the system. So in order to get that done, I've got two bots because this is part of like the brilliance of how the levels are designed. This file here, this access point, contains like the encoding instructions for a video. But over here is where you'd have to get like the frequencies and stuff. You basically got to combine information from here and here. And since they're not in the same room, and also since you can't like come back once you're in here, you notice that this link doesn't have a number on it. You can't leave. It means that you need information from here that goes that way, which you can do over the global network. You can just send it wirelessly. But once you start doing that, that means that now your global wireless network is consumed by this activity. So you couldn't have another bot that's going to need to talk to somebody on the global wireless network as well. So that gets tricky. But so what's going on here? I don't even know. It's the old version. I don't know what's going on in the new version, really. But I believe, like, this bot is sending, you see the little things going back. He's sending, like, numbers to this guy, and then this guy's sending the number back to him after he's done something to it. And then this guy's got to do some math on it in order to something, and I believe the XB bot is, yeah, you see him editing his file to create that 7433. Between these two, there's some math going on. So he's just stepping through the file, forward and back, forward and back, forward and back, and I believe he's having to, like, copy the number that he needs for himself and then send it to the network, and then he waits for the other guy to give it back to him, and then he tests whether or not that's in the right place, and there's a secondary test, and maybe he has to like send it back to this guy or something. It's very complicated. It's a lot of moves to get one thing done there, with a lot of back and forth and going on there. Yeah. Ultimately, we write the A bot points the satellite dish there, and you see how long this takes. Like, watch when we get to the next cycle. The XA went in there, changes the azimuth, changes the elevation. He's done, and now we're just sitting here waiting for this encoding process to go on and on and on and on. And then they finally get it done. So that was the first working version. 488 cycles under the worst condition. Here's the faster version. It has 4 bots to start with instead of 2 that turn into 3. There's a lot of shit going on in here, basically. And when we run that, look at how just the constant stream of data between them now. Instead of da-da, 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 there's just this... Because I believe what I ended up doing here was that they end up like being able to sort of share the mathematical load between them. I balanced it so that each of them is doing half of what needed to be done. One of them is calculating in the presumption that it will need the extra math for a second pass. I believe it's like the idea is if the encoded number goes over 999, you can only store 999. So you have to then assume that it was 10,000 and then roll it back to what it should have been. It's stuff like that. But just look at that. I'm sure when I wrote down that I wanted to share this with you, I was like, oh, this is going to be so cool to show. But I can't remember. Look at all this fucking code. I optimized the... I made this process so fast that the guy who went in here to move the motors around was slowing... He was the slower one. Like, we would beat him in finishing the encoding, and then we'd be trying to transmit data before the satellite is aligned in certain circumstances. So I had to optimize this guy even, which you wouldn't have thought that he would even need to. But... yeah, this has been my, when I'm not on stream, if I'm playing a game, it's Exapunks. I highly recommend it. Incredibly fun, very well presented, has a super rich story in it, and the, like, physical media that it came with is super cool, but I presume you probably can't get that anymore. You just get it on Steam, and, it links to PDF files and stuff like that you pull up. Just an amazingly, fleshed out world for what most programming games are, which is just a programming challenge without a lot of context, without a lot of, nothing immersive about it, nothing Like, welcome to the world, and these are the people in it, and these are the problems that you'll be facing. And this one really builds a story, and you get into the skin of the character that you're playing. Let's see. I'm glad you're on early, as I have to be asleep early today, and I'm going to pick up my new car tomorrow. Oh, cool, Pika-Pup. What are you getting? Huh? Bugatti Chiron? I wish. Gold GT. A gold GT? People with your money and shit. It was too slow, so you would beat... What? What? The beatings will continue until morale improves. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're upon this problem once again. Now that there's people here, I'm going to ask again. On Sunday, we missed the creative stream, so we didn't build on the Mystery Science Theater Satellite of Love, which is our current project. We can either go do that, or we can go into career mode and carry on in the shuttle work, a 40-ton shuttle that I've made that is more or less capable of getting everywhere in the Kerbal planetary system to orbit anywhere while carrying, I think it's still where we could get pretty much everywhere while carrying like a 4.5 ton load. So is it greebling up our satellite of love of Mystery Science Theater 3000 glory? Or is it working on our shuttle and maybe actually taking something to, orbit with it? Because we've just had test flights until now and proved that we can get it up there. Not loving how it re-enters, because there's a lot of toppling involved eventually. But any votes? Anyone care one way or another? Because it's viewer's choice, unless you make me choose, and then I'll choose. But you're not going to like it. The beatings will continue until morale improves. Incidentally, for anybody who in the past has said, hey, will you turn on the Twitch mode where, there's low latency, and so the stream is like in contact with the viewers without there being like a 12-second delay or something like that? I finally did that. Because I was approached on Discord. Somebody said, do it. And I was like, well, there's got to be a downside. And I looked online, and Twitch is like, there's no downside. It's just we didn't do it before, and now we do it. And if you didn't set it up already, then it won't be set up. But if you're new here, it would be set up automatically for you. Why do I have the option to not? All right. Low latency. Nice. Yes. All right. Adventofcode.com has a month-long Christmas story to it, by the way, and the previous years are all available. Oh, cool. Cool. All right. If nobody's going to pick Shuttle or Satellite of Love, then it's going to be the Satellite of Love. And now what do you feel, huh? Now suddenly there's a bunch of votes in chat, right? I see them all coming in. What are we voting on? Whether or not to build on Mystery Science Theater 3000 ship, or play in career mode and can carry on with the shuttle that we've been developing across 2 career mode episodes, which now flies and everything and could be used to do things with. That was the vote, and I'm going to close the polls. Creative is odd number. What? Fly the shuttle. I want to see some destruction. DLC is fun, but gets really challenging in the last days. Little magnets roll to 1. Fly. Feels like seeing you failing today. Mystery Theater, says Triflistic. Politics has taught us anything, it's that voters can't be trusted. Can't you do the Twitch poll thing? I don't know. Can I? Can't you do it? Is there a /poll? Open a setup menu to create a poll. Alright, do it. Oh, hello. I've never used this before. Question. What the loving F are we doing? Responses. MST3K Satellite of Love, or Shuttle in career. Allow additional votes. No. Duration 1 minute. 1 minute. Go. Hey, all right. That's how we do it. And I bought Exapunk. Oh, congratulations, BMAA. You're going to love it. You're going to love it or hate it. But you probably hate it. No, I mean, you love it. No, you'll feel one way or another about it. Almost certainly. Or maybe just nothing. You might just be completely... maybe you'll never open it. I don't know. This election was stolen. The Che Guevara voting machines... voting machines changed votes. There's a C in the front of Che, isn't there? Did you just assume the voting machine's genders is level? You're way funnier than I am, god damn it. Since I gotta fill more time here, so today I am not as sore as I probably will be tomorrow or the day after or a week from now, because that's how myalgic encephalomyelitis works. But yesterday, my father came out and we built a room. Well, we built a landing at the bottom of my basement steps, okay? We built 2 walls, one of which has a door. We hung the door. We put the panels up, paneling and drywall. It needs some trim and things that I could do on my own. But in one day, it was about 13 hours, we built this whole friggin' room. The purpose of having a little landing room at the bottom of the basement stairs, one, it'll be very nice for keeping the heat, upstairs and the cold downstairs. But it was to keep the cats out of the basement, because we had a whole flea escapade that I've been talking about a lot. And for like a month and a half now, our kittens have been quarantined in a room waiting for the day whereupon we felt confident that we could release them. We had one cat that had a chest infection, needed to be quarantined separate from the other 2 kittens, and then we had another. They still got worms. Somebody still got worms. I found puke the other day that had 1 worm in it. The first time I saw the worms that we got dewormer for, it was a friggin' cloud of worms. I was like, how could a little kitten this big have all those worms? He doesn't have room for organs if you've got that many worms in him. But somebody still has worms. They puked them up. And we had the fleas. So now we're just trying to get it to the point where nobody goes to the basement, and we keep you upstairs where we clean and have a reasonable assumption that there aren't any tiny bugs and mites and things that'll get in your face. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the poll closed, and it also just disappeared. Is that how they work? You have to really be paying attention to these polls, or else is there a button that I could pull it back up? Doesn't matter. I looked over, and the winner was the Shuttle. So we're going into career mode to work on and fly the Shuttle. Let's see. Is this the one where you tore down the wall? And was that Lady Pawn in the video? It was Lady Pawn in the video, and no. This is a different thing. I still haven't... That is a load-bearing wall. When it fully comes down, we have to be very, very ready, and I have to have everything on hand and know exactly what I'm going to do, because putting that one off. But this was a kind of emergency thing for how long the kittens have been having to live in a little it's a bedroom size thing, and they're little cats. There's 3 of them. They play around in there. They knock stuff over us. It's not like it's been horrible for them or stuff, but they've been locked in there. We want to get them out. We didn't want them out until they couldn't go down to the basement and get all fleed up. So, we finally got there. Is there going to be a family photo of Pawn and his kitten? My reply is no. No, but you know me all too well. No, maybe, eventually, someday, I'll take a picture, like a normal human being would. So, 002 Shuttle, that's right. We're back down to here. 002 Shuttle Mark II. This is where we are with the shuttle right now. And... damn it, it's fucking awesome. Like, now that I'm looking at it, again, I love this. Like, the launching apparatus for this is friggin' killer. It's not equal in weight. There's just not enough room for it to be, for everything to be where you'd want it to be. But we managed to set it up so that we've got SRBs here, right? No, it's all liquid fuel, isn't it? It's all liquid fuel. Except for these giant SRBs, you fucking idiot, you're blind. No, so it's 4 SRBs there, and you'll note that these ones are as tight to the bottom of the ship, the body of the ship, as they possibly could be, and these are standing off as tall as I could get them away, while being connected to something that was, rigid. In my mind anyway, these tanks would be connected to they're not resting on the wing, they're connected to the body of the shuttle, so it feels like a little bit less of a cheaty kind of a thing. So 4 SRBs to drive us up there, and then when we're done with the Oh, well, because they stand off on this side. Why? So that the center of mass will get back toward the center of lift will be back toward the center of mass when we're just burning the SRBs alone. They still tilt over as they go, but it's in a controllable way. Then we drop all of that away, and we're on to these liquid fuel stage where we've got two Bobcat engines at the bottom of these two, pylons of liquid fuel. As I recall, the liquid fuel here never drains in our entire flight. Like you would think, our goal would be to get to space, having drained all of this liquid fuel out of here, right? We drain all of that just dry, and then we're into this ship. We're into, our actual shuttle. We're switched over, and we're in space, and then we're using the skipper. And we would just finish it off with the skipper, and that would be the most efficient because we'd be throwing away the weight of all this. The way that it's working right now, we never actually empty these tanks the whole way up, if I recall correctly. I think we get into orbit, and then we have to transfer fuel away, or maybe throw it away, or I don't know, but we don't empty them on the way up and throw them away like you would want it to be. There's a surprising amount of KSP rage for someone who hung around with a Zen Master. Oh, if my Zen Master played this game, he'd be pissed off, too. Why did the Zen Master... What did the Zen Master say to the hot dog vendor? Make me one with everything. Yes. Where is that one? What movie is that from, or something like that? Like, we've all heard that one before, haven't we? Surely you would burn all the fuel rather than drain it. That would be the goal. I would like to burn all of the fuel as we go up, but we don't, which means we've got like too much fuel here. What does the delta V and everything look like on this? Because I need to refamiliarize myself with the craft. So on the first just lifting area, we are burning that alongside, but in theory we're not. It's just enough to get us going. So we're showing at sea level Kerbal 900 meters per second of delta V off of the SRBs, presuming that we run those engines alongside it a little bit. Then our TWR of 1.16 comes up to something more like a 1.25 to start, which is fine, especially in low atmosphere with such a monstrous sort of a thing that we're dealing with there. And then I'm completely zoomed out just to get it all in frame there. And then we switch over to the full liquid fuel stage. Let's set up altitude at about 12 kilometers. And we've got 2,300 meters per second of delta V there. So 900 and 2,300, which means that we don't quite have enough delta V in everything that we're burning in order to make orbit. And then we end up having to finish it with fuel that was meant to just be the shuttle's fuel to work with, which kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. But my plan from the very beginning, my whole concept here, was that we've got fuel in here and fuel in here at the tip. This really messes with the center of mass on the ship, but it works. It works when we send it up there. And we've got the fuel in the tip and the fuel here. That's all meant to be drained just to get us up, just to get us where we're going. The fuel that's in these tanks is locked off, not allowed to be used as we're going up. So buttons. If we want these to drain sooner, so that we can throw them off and get the weight back, how would we move fuel around for that? Right now they're completely disconnected from each other. These just burn, and then everything that's on the ship is consumed by that engine as we're going up. All of them are running once we get to altitude. We drop the SRBs, and then we're on all 5 of these engines. 3, but the Bobcats have 2 nozzles. I mean, if I just reduce the amount of fuel that's available out here and then add more to the tip of the ship, it'll change our everything. And this is already like a tricky thing to get up. Let's go to the Mark III. And these will be simulations because we have not... we've spent enough money launching these just to recover them and prove the concept at this point. But so, I could reduce the everything. Right? So that's the main point at which you snap on. So, and then that's very already set up for what it needs to be. Oh god, I'm pressing all of the wrong buttons. Are you guys in the right direction? Yeah. I hate that. Oh, wait. No, yes, you're there. So maybe I could just take that off, throw you away, bring this back in. Yeah? And then, you know, we'll adjust that in a minute. In fact, I'm just going to throw this away so I can think clearly. But so that leaves us with 1794, about 1,800 meters per second. TWR of 1.43 once we're onto that whole stage, burning like that. And bear in mind that some of our liquid fuel is consumed in the SRB stage. SRB is up to 1050 and then 1800, and so we need more, you know, liquid fuels and stuffses. But the premise then would be to put it back on the ship somewhere. So let's see, it would be 2 of these, I believe. Well, no, because these are bigger. These are the X200s, and the other things were for the Bobcat-sized stuff, which is the X900s and whatnot. But this is an X200. So if I had a bigger chunk of that, like what's in the what we threw away? X900. We threw away 2 of these, basically, at 405, so that's 900 liquid fuel that we need to put back. What's in you? 1,440 liquid fuel. That is more than we need. 720 is closer to the deal. So I do like that. And then we've got... Is this at altitude? It is. 1,603 meters per second, but then we're finally getting some of that overflow to here, which is what we will want to see. It means we're getting 1,830 meters per second out of those, and I'm not sure if I really believe everything that I'm seeing there. You guys burn along those. It's a nice 1.32 TWR, and then... It depends on how long those stay with us. You know, it doesn't know when they drop. So if they drop earlier than it thinks, kind of a thing. I mean, it knows something. It can do some math on it. But I don't know that in this particular configuration it would be accurate. It's very often inaccurate. So that could be 2,000 plus 1,000. It's still, you know, not enough. Still very much not enough. Surely you would burn all the fuel rather than... Yes, I read that earlier. Quit reading things you already read, Pawn. In order to put all of the fuel back that we removed here... Well, that's another question, or another concept. Hey, what a concept. I could use a little fuel in this. You've done that so many times. Why do you keep saying that? It's awful. Don't say those things. What? Bricks? Cinder blocks? Okay, yeah, with that I could do. In fact, I might do... that for style. Oh. And that gets us up to 1,522 meters per second in delta V, but then we break off and then we're up here. And it's like it's peaking us at 1,800 no matter how I do this. So we have to assume that that is better than it thinks it is. The biggest concern would be that by moving fuel up here, I am... with the center of mass. I'm pulling it up and up and up, and that's not great. Be right back, I have to move. Okay, you just... Wow, that's... Do you have like a team? Or do you got a truck coming? You need to help with the sofa or the mattresses? You're just gonna move real quick during my live stream? How long do you think I'm gonna be streaming? We need a live stream break already. We haven't even played for 5 minutes. Because I spent an hour just reading things, showing off Exapod. Moving house and new car. Busy people of days for you. Busy couple of people days for people. Yes. Let's just test this and find out what it does and how it flies without worrying too much about, you know, reality getting in our way. Let's just put it out on the pad, give her a launch, and see where we stand. Center of mass pulled more toward the center of the ship. Also pulled a lot up the ship. Just a simulation. Oh, yeah. Probably want more than one launch clamp. Good. Ripped that off one side, didn't I? And you also didn't, like, recenter these you get. Don't... How could you even say such a thing? We don't need the fuel lines. Right? Hopefully. A couple of more things. I wanted to get out there. I was a little bit too eager. Yeah, and that's not... None of that is good. Let me try moving you guys down to the bottom piece here. So... like that. Mirror mode symmetry. Yes. And then grab this. And with some absolute snapping. And get so that it's straight up and down. And then non-absolute snapping. Wait a second, you're still not absoluted. Absolute snapping. There you go. Now you're straight up and down. And then off the absolute, off the snap. Get them down to where we like them in terms of height, which is fine about there. And then we need to merge them in so that there's not parts of the leg that are just hanging out into space. It should all be connected. And if I've got to embed several of them, then hey, we do what we got to do around here. Do we just do what we got to do around here? Do we do that? Is that how we do things? Because the other way to do that, pawn, yeah, so talk to me about it, would be, again, snap it here. You're gonna sneeze. No, I'm not. You don't know me. Talk like you know me. You don't. Give me the coupling again. Give me the big standoffy guys. And then we're still in the radial mode that gets us those. And I put you on. There. And then I get you rotated correctly. So, full snap. Absolute. Absolute. Straight up and down. Pull you down to where we like the engines. Engines are fine there. That's local. Merge you in. Boy, I'd really like to find the middle ground betwixt the twains. You know what I'm saying? Betwixt them twain. God damn it. I pressed 3. Grab it with the rotation. So I'm going to try and betwixt these twains a little bit. If I do like that, make you a little bit more, and I grab you again with the absolute. Snap. Back to straight up and down. You in a little bit more. Just trying to find that place where it's like, yeah, that's tolerable for all of this crap. I think I'm going to go a little bit more with this one. So I'm going to just try and make you a little bit straighter up and down. Say there. And then back to you. Thank you. Snapping on, absolute. Straight up. Now tell me, are you really going to love me forever? Whoa, oh, oh. Or are you just having fun? These are the questions that I demand be answered. Alright. We'll call that good enough. Engines again at a reasonable level. Could go down a little bit lower, but from where we're attached here, I can't go too much lower until we get off of the part that we're attached to. Maybe you can. Make assumptions about this game. That's good. That's not a good place to stand there, man with clipboard. We're trying to break our record of days without Kerbal combustion, and you're not helping. You're not helping. Alright, engines are on, straight up and down again, and the other thing was, hey, wouldn't it be cool to have, you know, to grab it in more than 2 places or whatever. Why do you gotta just switch snapping on me in the second that I'm ready to something and then the other one? Can I get you, and then with you, and then locally, and then, yeah, on a snap, and then like that? It just looks better. Put you on again. Except for where it doesn't actually attach to it, but that's Kerbal's problem, not mine. Okay. Shuttle Mark III, again, we're going to launch it. Let me put all of the things in the places they're supposed to be. Those engines are in with those SRBs, and then we blast that off, and then we go. And then those rip off as we're throwing everything away. No, you have changed my staging. I've got to pay more attention then, because you have fucked things up. So again, we got SRBs burning alongside the Bobcats to get us up and off the pad. Sea level 1.5. Really? So we're overkill on the SRBs? Well, but you're not going to be burning them full, is the thing. Right. No, I recall that. We get thrust limit in order to find out what it would be at. Yeah, that's fine. We're just going to find it out on the fly while we're out there. But so all those fire up, and then when we do this, we're dropping, not you, but definitely you two. So this, make a new stage. This will happen somewhere else at the same time as we fire off the little solid rocket packets that peel these tanks away from the ship. And then, what the hell is that? Oh yes, that's the one that's our Sepratron up here that pulls away our clown hat as we break that off, and that. Yeah. That could be a thing. That seems plausible. Does it seem plausible? It could be plausible. We'll find out. Save it and launch it. I wonder how many removalists have used lemurs in their marketing because they like to move it. All I know is that if you don't watch out, if you don't take care of it, Criss Cross will make you jump. And if not him, then Daddy Mac. If not him, it's the same. SAS on. We're a little bit tilty on the pad. Hey, what can you do? Yeah, the SAS is really struggling to try and get us to stop moving around. It's fine. I don't see that there should be any problem with that. We're going to go a third throttle for the first launch here, the test launch. It's nice end of day. Good sunshine. We want to go see the sunset again, which is why we're going up. So, Houston. In 3, 2, 1, fire! Okay. Alright. That straight up is a little bit less straight up than we might have liked, but we did have a lot of wobble on the pad. Alright, no, it's going fine. And then, oh, we're going in the correct direction. We're tipping down the ball, which is to the 90. That's fine. I'm just going to help that a touch. In fact, I'm going to tell you just follow your prograde. It'll be fine if you just follow your prograde. I'm going to reduce how much we're burning on the liquid fuel, which does cause us to turn over more because we're losing the vectoring on those engines, which is actually, you know, all good. And now we're saving all of our liquid fuel at this point. Completely dead on those engines. Solid fuel to about 1/5 remaining. 200 meters per second left in the solid fuel. Getting ready to go full on liquid for this transfer. And full liquid. Drop them. Don't blow up them. Okay, good. So we've dropped those, and we're on to all 3 of our remaining engines right now. And we're looking for these to run out, you know, at a nice, reasonable time. Let's go over here and pull up the apoapsis. So how far are we going to get on these now that we've reduced the fuel that's in them? And then what kind of delta V are we going to get back once we throw those away? These are the questions that I'm here to answer. I'm going to go to stability assist. I'm going to try and hold us at 30 degrees on the bubble, because we are not high enough or fast enough to just keep going down the ball. But I also want to be careful that we don't get smacked by aerodynamic forces that pull us up and get us flipping. I think I'd have used more liquid fuel earlier on with the boosters. Would you have? Oh, well, good for you. I'm glad that you have such a U plan for you. Good for you. Nice low atmosphere plasma that we're producing. Just shipping some of that back down to the surface for people. Apoap's up to 40K now. We're about to lose these boosters. So we're dropping them. And now we're just onto the skipper. And I'm going to follow prograde. We have 1,000 meters per second of delta V left on the skipper. We're up to 1,500 meters per second. Apoaps is, you know, climbing nice and slow, which is good. One long burn, more efficient than just getting to space and hitting it, unless, you know, with the aerodynamic drag and stuff like that. One long burn tends to be a good idea. I'm going to stability assist from here at about 10 degrees on the bubble and just see how this flight goes. This was a way easier to manage flight than it was previously. Having that extra weight up here, I don't know why or how, but it certainly helped. Look at the speed we've got. Our apoapsis isn't even in space yet, but look at the speed we've got at 50 kilometers with an apoapsis at 65. Our periapsis is already below or above negative 300, and we're just pushing into space now. I'm going to let it go to 74, killing the engines there, and follow prograde. We have 371 meters per second of delta V to kill this last negative 200 on the periapsis. We might have just created a version of this ship that actually pushes everything to space. That might be enough, that almost 400 meters per second, and we've already got all of this speed, over 2,000 meters per second. This could work out. It's a wide-body space plane. Wait until you see it once we throw the front off of it. You're gonna love it or hate it. You're gonna feel a way about how it looks. If you haven't seen it before, you're gonna feel things. Oh, how are you gonna feel things? So let's just fizz warp up into space here. Following our prograde the whole way, and we're in space now. So we'll come upon our apoaps, and then we'll just burn, not full prograde, but stability assist just a touch above the horizon once we're there. So a little bit of time warp to get where we want to start this burn. Oh, pawn, what? So go back here, because now you can also lose this. F5 and... Yep. And that pushes that away, and out of our flight line. And now we're burning. We're burning... No, you needed the fuel that's in there. You get... That's why I hit F5, because I forgot. I need the fuel that's in there. I could be transferring that fuel back. No, you don't have any place to put it anymore. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I do. I could refill the tanks in there. I need to make it so these tanks are the last thing that drain, and then this will drain earlier. Alright, so there's even more DV to be had here. Okay, gotta go right now. Keep that apoaps ahead of us. Switch us back over to here. Periapsis is coming up. 200 and some meters per second of delta V remaining. Oh yeah, we got it. We have got it here. 100 meters per second of delta V as of now. Periapsis is coming up. And we are nearly orbital. Yeah, I need to change how the liquid fuel drains so that we don't have to throw things away, which is what I have to be doing right now. And we are orbital. 74 and 4. We have 400 meters worth of difference between our apoaps and our periaps, and we got 32 meters per second of delta V left over in this nose cone that can be transferred back. This is beautiful. Let's go to free modes. The planet is underneath us. Why are we always on the goddamn friggin' mother-loving dark side? Please. What I want here... What do you want here, dear? There's no way for me to, in this game, do the fuel balancing correctly, is there? Nope, not in the ship configuration, there isn't. Great. Cool. Let's do... in. Thank you. And then drop all that. It's 20 point something. And then you... and... like everything else. in. 21 point something. Yeah, so we're imbalanced and there's no good way to mix it. So that's all we got to do is adjust the fuel so that the last thing that goes is this. And then all of the fuel that we had left over will be in these, which means we get to throw that tip off, which means we'll have more Delta V when we get to friggin' space. This is beautiful. Gotta upgrade the landing gear, Paul. What are you talking about? What landing gear? What? Don't look at it. I gotta go get more science so that we can unlock the tiers so that we can have better landing gear. But okay, at this point now, I can do that. Throw that away. Bye. And then there's what our shuttle looks like. Right there. That's her. With some... and there's the cargo bay. Huh? Close that back up. Some lighting. Lighting, yeah. Yeah. There we go. Turn those off. We also have comms. And we have some solar. Which are not at all side view mirrors. They're not for just a big old fat looking. It's a penguin-y kind of a thing. It's dope, Paul. Thank you, Triflistic. I need somebody to tell me that. And yeah, with what we've brought up here, we have 35 meters per second of Delta V. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. We have 2,996 meters per second of Delta V. And we could have gotten up here with more than that. Now, that said, we did have nothing. We were carrying nothing to get up here. So we add more to it and we lose more of that Delta V. But we've got over 3,000 meters per second in Delta V. And the idea would be that this is a craft that gets you somewhere in the Kerbal planetary system. But is never meant to land except back on Kerbal to be recovered. If you want something that lands, you put it in the shuttle, then you bring the shuttle up, kind of a thing. So with that in mind, let's go to our Delta V map, and the largest cost in terms of Delta V from orbit, we've got 3,000 here to get anywhere and get parked around it. We're talking 860 to 310. That's going to be the most expensive thing would be to go to the moon and get parked in orbit. And that's 1,140. I mean, 1,170. Delta V is what it requires. We got 3,000. So, you know, better part of 2,000 additional Delta V that can be consumed in you know, the weight of drawing cargo up, I suppose. That sort of a thing. Maybe we just don't want to bring as much fuel. You know, we get this back to a more reasonable thing. If it's never going to land on the surface of something itself, with 3,000 meters per second of Delta V, we could take it from here, land it on the moon, and come home with it, and still have DV left over. Minmus would be a cakewalk kind of a thing. But, yeah, pretty damn happy with this. But this never happened. Why can't I revert flight? Because you F5'd and F9. Son of a bitch, I gotta spend money on this? And I left a piece in orbit? I was planning on F9. I was planning on reverting. And now I can't. So, from here, with this orbit, just so that I'm not leaving crap in orbit where I threw that thing off, get rid of that. I don't care. Fuck, we can't even drain the fuel. It won't drain because it's not on a part. That's another thing that we needed to adjust. Alright, so this is actually happening. We thought we were in the simulation, and we are, but we're in one of the simulations that matters to us anyway. Maybe not to the aliens. But what we're going to do... no, we're going to burn radial. Not normal. No, we're going to burn normal. Yeah, because I need to get rid of this weight. I need to get rid of the weight that we're carrying right now, which means also unlocking the fuel tanks. This game. Duna, it would be a penguin for sure. If we took this to Duna, what kind of DV would I need from orbit to get to... Kerbal orbit to get to Duna? Now, could this shuttle go? 3,000 meters per second, hits the atmosphere, spreads out its wings. I know there's not a lot of atmosphere, but you know what I'm saying. Just burn on that. Burn it on this just to burn out the liquid fuel. Just to get rid of some of it. I wouldn't mind even, you know, not getting all twisted. Yeah, there we go. Hold on that. Because it's just too much weight to bring back down in the atmosphere with us. And drain it to at least half fuel, and then we'll see what happens. 750 meters per second to get back to Kerbal Atmo. 1,100 meters per second to Duna Atmo. Really? That's all? Just gotta, like, whip past the moon and that kind of a thing? Alright, friends. That's as much DV as I'm gonna consume for no reason. Get me back on my prograde. We are already in Atmo, in case I didn't know that, because I didn't really know that. Back on my prograde, in particular my surface prograde. We're in atmosphere, and what I want to do is just stand up into the wind, get ourselves a bit of occlusion as we come down. The other thing that I think I want to try is if I move all of the weight to the front, just to see if we can't keep our face being the part that's into the wind as we go. Okay, that's not looking good. Let's just balance some of that back out. Okay. But I still want the weight being, like, more to the front than anywhere else. So yes, like that. Okay. And yeah, our landing legs, they don't like this particular part of the descent. But you know, who's gonna do anything about that, really? That's a shot. Okay, yeah, so the landing gear is not really helpful. This was supposed to be a simulation, and then somebody just had to go and use their time manipulation technology. I don't know why we keep bringing doctors, time doctors on these missions. It's just, they screw things up for us. Oh, by the way, I can actually activate the radiator, and that will cool down the cockpit, at least. Gotta bring extra landing gear and cargo and attach them from a ladder when in lower atmo at slow speed. I just never planned to actually land on this landing gear. We will have better landing gear in future, and we will use that landing gear. We're now down to 1,300 meters per second at 28 kilometers, so I'm going to bank us back down. Importantly, we did not get into a crazy topple yet. I'm going to tell you to just follow your prograde. Yet is a main thing. No. The other way, pawn. Yeah, give us more weight up front. Okay. So, 28K. Looks like we're over some oceans and stuff. I'm going to bank down, because I do want to come down. Down would be a good place to go, I think. I'm going to tell you to follow your prograde if you can. Oh, you're going over. So, in, up front. Put the weight up front. Stop. There you go. Make us a dart. So we don't just end up toppling willy-nilly. So 20K and still coming down, and it's going to be a minute coming down. Let me tell you. It was important that it have this face on it though for the view. Hell of a view is the thing. So we're down to 9 kilometers. Go to radar altitude, but we are over water, so it's correct. It's sea level. Alright, now I need to be able to pull up. Would be a cool thing. I might have to do a bit of this again. In. Stop. So at least when we've got fuel as ballast to help us with our descent, things tend to work out. We'll pitch here and see what the SAS can do in terms of holding. We got rid of the parachutes and drogues that we had on here at some point, I believe, because who needs them, is what we came up with. But this is going to be a water landing, so we're going to want to do a bit of a belly flop kind of a thing. Since a cat stream break coming on. Yes, there's definitely, there's a live stream break coming on. And there's people knocking at the door? Nobody ever comes to my house. What, do they want to get shot? What the hell's going on? What are you doing, Lava Lamp? Is there somebody who wants cats? Something? Maybe Lady Pawn locked herself out. People at my house? What? No, I can hear her footsteps. It's not her. Who the hell thinks that they can just come to my house? Hey, open that. No, will you fucking click on the things? There and in and in. There you go. Whoa. Okay. That's a little bit easier to fly on the horizon, fly on the level, control our speed as we're heading down. Really do need to figure out the center of mass of this again when it's dry. Because we had that all figured out once upon a time, and then we kept building on it in order to get it to this point, and now I haven't been able to look at those things when it's disconnected from the launch system yet. We have chase cam. Okay. Fly her like a plane. And I'm actually using the SAS, which, I don't usually. I'm going to dive a bit. 150 meters to the water. I'm going to pull up. There we go. And then try and flatten out. And then pull up again. Down to 40-something meters per second. Okay, we're going to hit with that engine first. And we belly flopped her down. We bring it all home. Good work, Jeb. Would have been even better if you hadn't reversed time and manipulated the cosmos in such a way that I couldn't just revert this mission and had to actually bring you home alive, you son of a bastard. Cover the vessel. You came to see the quarantine kitties? Oh, well, that's... I don't know about that. This live stream? You want me to bring cameras in while they're quarantined? They're in prison, and then I'm just going to be shoving cameras in their faces? Come on, man. Have a heart. 3.5 million, recovering 16,000 of funds of like the 60 or something that it cost us to launch. What does it cost us to launch that? And why is it that we get these weird values of monetary values of, recovering a ship? I guess it's just not worth much unless it went somewhere we haven't been before or something. What do you cost to launch? 002 Mark III, $67,000. That cost me $50,000 that test. This is the third test. We're going bankrupt on this shuttle system, is what I'm telling you. Land nearer KSC for more money. Oh, really? So they build in the cost of, like, coming out to tow it home? Alright, now I've got a reason to do that. That's good. You know, because there's not a lot of gameplay in this game, so we can add that in. That's cool. Alright, so, Shuttle. Some tweaks to be done yet. Don't let me forget the fuel drain system, but mainly making sure that when we get to space, all of the fuel that we have left is in those black tanks on our wings, as opposed to in the tip of the ship, because we want to be able to throw that away and get all that delta V back by throwing away the mass of those fuel tanks, and we weren't able to, and we were still in space with 3,000 meters per second of delta V on that test. So, we're going to have a live stream break. 7-minute live stream break. When we get back, continuing on with like the final tweaks on this shuttle, and then we figure out a way to put it into use so that it pays us back 1.5 million Kerbucks that we've spent in developing it. So we'll just look for that mission where it's $1.5 million for doing one thing with a shuttle that's got a limited capacity, you know, bay to So that's what we'll do. Stay with me. Don't go anywhere, or at least come back in 7 minutes. Point that out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Sorry, I was a little bit late. I got distracted by some kittens. Well, some cats, actually. We got an adult cat, the mama, who still hangs around because we feed her. She's not just hanging around. But the mother of our 3 kittens that we took in, out on the porch, saw her out there and went out, and she likes it rough. Nirma likes it rough, you know. It took her a while because she's nearly, you know, she's not really feral anymore. I don't know. She's an outdoor cat. She's leaning toward wanting to be an indoor cat. But she's definitely wants to be petted with an aggressiveness. She wants you to grab her and knead her shoulders and then reach around the front of her face. And I'm petting Bags like I was petting Nirmal, and Bags is more of a... He likes it rough, too. Everybody likes it rough occasionally, but he does enjoy a very loving sort of touch, subtlety. Welcome back to the live stream is the thing, though. We're in Kerbal, aren't we, though? And we just had the 3rd successful flight of the shuttle that we've been building, which is not here. Who took the shuttle? God damn it, if Jeb is out in the shuttle again, just racking up $50,000 per launch like he likes to do. The shuttle that we've been building, it works, it flies, it just went to space better than it's ever went and got up there with more Delta V than it's ever gotten up there before. It's come together quite well. Some tweaks remain yet to be done, not least of which being we need our fuel ducts on the actual fuel locations, which kind of stinks because they kick off an incredible amount of Delta V when they're draining. You know, they throw it out and it pushes you significantly in whatever direction it's going. You know, the only difference here is that we don't light it on fire, but we are still throwing off mass in a certain direction, and it kicks hard away from wherever it is that you're draining it, which is why I wanted to keep it on the center of mass there, which is where we had it. But, well, could I do that actually if I added a fuel line? You'd have to add a fuel line at both the front and the back in order for that to be the case, and at that point the weight of the fuel lines would not justify it, because the only places where you really need to be able to dump from are the tanks. So we'll have one here, and I will manually get it to a place that doesn't embed badly the way that Kerbal likes to put their own parts, so even the angle is wrong on there. What the hell were you guys doing instead of your job? Huh? I will never get off the backs of the devs, will I? Oh, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Deal with me is what you got to do, because, you know, I'm a customer. I don't know. Am I a customer? I think I've bought the game. I bought the game once. I've been giving copies of the game. I've given out copies of the game. Yeah, you're going to have to deal with me, is the thing, especially my inability to just find the fuel tank. So what we'll do is we'll just have a fuel drain at the tips of both tanks here, and then we'll drain them all together when we drain them all together. So again, out with your... I'm even going to try and fix your rotation angle there on that one and on this one. As long as I'm doing it, might as well do it everywhere. A little bit out like that. There we go. That's better. So that will allow us to drain fuel from the main tanks there. The other thing is that we can get even more Delta V going up. We discovered we had fuel left in here that when we wanted to throw all of this away, and we had room for that fuel in here. So what we'd like to see is that these tanks drain last on this ship. So their flow priority is a 10 right now, and your flow priority is a 0 right now. So right now we're actually prioritizing these emptying first. That's not what we want. Wait, if you're a 10 and you're a 0, yeah? Am I crazy? You might be crazy. So if I set you to a -10, the question is, well, they're not connected to this part of anything. So whatever's going on here is just going on there. They're at a 20, you're at a 10, or you're at a 0 now. No, you're at a -10 now. Let's put them back up to 0. No, let's put them up to 10. No, let's put them down to 0. Jesus, Paul, pick up your make up the mind. Because if you're at 0 And just making sure all of these are also at 0, because we've done a lot of tweaking on this previously, and then we get places and they don't work the way that we think that they would. So -10, -10, those should be the last thing to drain on board the ship, which means we should be able to throw this off once we are in space, the way that we intended. Now, when we did throw it off, it went in a wonky, weird, crazy direction. I would rather it peel off from above us and pull away, I don't know, nicely. Nicely would be a nice way to nicely nice it. Wouldn't that be nice? So I'm going to put it down here, and like so, and it'll be more toward its center of mass, which means it'll pull off, you know, instead of just flipping away. Hopefully it'll pull off and off of our line up and above the ship. Yeah. What other tweaks do we have here? There is the issue of being able to get this thing back into atmosphere without it toppling at some point in our descent. When we've had it completely dry and we're flying it back, it can certainly recover from a dead roll kind of a thing, but we do end up doing a dead roll, and it's because the centers of everything are at the centers of everything. The center of mass of this thing, once it's free of all the lifter crap that we see on it right now, is somewhere around here, I think. Like, what is it right now? It's still more or less there, but I believe, you know, even when the craft is something there, you know, we got wherever the center of lift would be. But, you know, if we didn't have all the other stuff on it. So, you know, we'd want the center of mass toward the front when we're coming down so that we don't end up flipping, so that we can stay into the wind. And then when we're going for landing, we actually want the center of mass further back so that we can tilt up more. So where it is kind of where it needs to be. The one thing that we might be able to do to improve the situation, as I've just described it, would be if we had some elevons up front, and we had, you know, the ability to, in atmosphere, push the ship around from both the front and the rear. We might be able to use that with SAS to keep us pointed into the wind, even with our center of mass being, you know, rather centrally. Can't you just put them on in 2x symmetry so they cancel each other out? What in particular are you referring to? Because I was just blasting through and hadn't looked over to chat in a while. So, distracted by cats, mine wanted to be left alone in a box. Fuel drains. Put them on in 2x symmetry so they cancel each other out. The problem, again, is like that we've got a fuel tank back here and a fuel tank up here. Each of them apparently need to have their own fuel line, I guess. I mean, if it doesn't work when it's on a non-fuel, you know, containing part, but it even shows in the fuel symmetry when you turn that on that it's got connection there. Like the fuel flows through here all the way down to the engine, but we can't, you know, drain it. So I assume that these little fuel things have to be actually on the part that you want to, you know, remove the fuel from. And if that's the case, then we need them for both. So we could do it so that there's one on here and one on here, so that they blew out in both directions for the cost of an extra 0.02 tons. But I'm okay with having it on one side if it's more or less, so long as it doesn't create a spin. Because the first time that we drained, I just put one at the bottom at the back here, and then we did a drain of the full ship, and we just ended up... But yeah, you're right. We could negate the delta V that's created by having one on the top, one on the bottom, and then it would just go out in both directions. It's not that much extra mass either to throw on there. They need to be equal distance from the center of mass, top and bottom. Just having it on one side makes you flip around. I seem to remember from last stream. Yeah. So I'm just hoping that at this point we've got one here, one here. It'll create delta V going up, but it'll be mostly flat, and with SAS, hopefully we can not go a toppling. We'll find out. I'm not so perturbed by it. I guess I prioritize the not adding more weight and more part count that doesn't seem like it should need to be there. It does bother me, though, that the systems are so, like, opposed to one another in theory, that fuel transfers through this to there. I don't have to, like, fuel line it. but then the fuel drain valves don't work on that. But also, if I turn on the fuel delivery overlay and I had a fuel drain there, it would show a gray line that connects to that fuel drain, even though it won't work. I think it's glitched. I think it's bugged. I think it's broken in design, as is so much of Kerbal Space Program. But where was I? Outside of the fuel drains. What else was the consideration? Oh, elevons, right. So front elevons could screw the whole thing up. Mess everything up, especially just in the launch profile when we're trying to get through atmosphere to go up. But if it didn't, it could be, again, I'm not 1,000% sure, but it could be rather helpful to us once we're up there. Do these not have elevons? Cargo part, lifting surface, white dark. So no, those don't actually rotate into the wind. It's these that you're thinking of, the R8s. And those are cheaper. And just look at, like, if I had a pair of you guys on, and let's have it just in pure symmetry mode here, I think. It'll be flat there. It might make our aerodynamic profile completely fuggled. Fuggled? Fuggled and muggled. To be like that. And also, you know, aesthetics are important to me anyway. Let's say I had you guys up there and you were angled in. Oh yeah, that looks awful. Well, hating that. Let me use these because they look cooler. And they look cooler. Those are the two things that are going on here. They look cooler and they look cooler. Just looking for the place where I like them. You know, do I start to like them at some point? I don't hate them there, anyway. They follow a body line. Sad part is we have to test it all over again. Is that the sad part, Paul? Could be. Could be, anyway. Saving the craft there. I'm going to check the delta V or the staging again, even though we haven't changed anything, because it's just a good practice. So, we drop the launch clamps. We fire up our Bobcats alongside our SRBs for just a little bit of vectoring and extra DV that we kind of need off the pad to not slam back down into the pad. Then, when those SRBs are out, we drop them as we switch on the skipper engine we've got down there. And then we throw off our liquid fuel pylons once they're dead and gone, once they're empty. And then once we're in space, we lose the hat that we've got and we go. Okay. This could be the final test flight. Is there anything else that anybody else can think of that I've been complaining about? I rate Great Mate 8 of 8. Alright, good. Anything that's on somebody's mind for, you know, wouldn't it be nice if this could be the final test launch? And I will absolutely revert it so long as I don't F5, F9. I will avoid F5ing and F9ing if we manage to get a stable flight, and I'll just revert once we've proven. I mean, we got to bring this thing all the way down to see how it handles on the re-entry trip. But if no one can think of anything else that needs done, then I'm saving it. I'm putting it back out on the pad, and we're sending her up one more time. I really should have... I'm considering taking the launch clamps off entirely and just seeing how it sits on the pad. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe it's all bad ideas. Maybe all I have are bad ideas. My God, with the and this and whatnot. Can we... I'm just going to revert anyway. Can we launch during the day, maybe? Thank you. Noon time. Thanks. All right. So yeah, that's... needs to just settle for a minute. SAS on. Throttle to just some. like a third, and then I'm going to come off of that as soon as I can, you know, as soon as it feels like it's making sense. If it makes sense at all, what is going on with these guys? Oh, God. So that's one thing, is that you shouldn't be for yaw or roll, you should just be for pitch, and you're trying desperately to stabilize this as the ship wobbles. Just gonna... There we go. The SAS flat again. Those could be very problematic, or they could be the solution to our final problem. I don't know. Houston, can we get a countdown?
In 3, 2, 1, fire.
And we're a-going. And we're a-going. I'm going to hit F12 so we can see the arrow forces, especially since we've got these new little bits there. We want to see what they're doing, whether they're helping us or not. I haven't touched anything as of yet. The ship is just steering itself. I'm going to throttle down a touch. Let it turn down the ball more. Reduce our liquid fuel consumption. Make that speed nice and slow. Yep. Yep. I'm going to tell you that you can follow your prograde, I think. And then I'm going to help it just not like overshoot its own prograde. There we go. Follow your prograde. Solid fuel down to about quarter left. And we're at 4,600. I'll pull up our app WAPs and peri-apps so we can watch that as we go. So far, these fins not causing us an issue, which is good. Up to 7 kilometers now. Solid fuel about to go. Firing liquid fuel now. Dropping those. Letting that just slide away from us. Still following our prograde. So, SRBs are away, and they didn't clap into each other. They didn't clap into each other in midair, which is nice. I like it when that happens. Would like to be turning down at this point. App WAP's up to 18, 19 kilometers now, so I'm just going to nose her down a touch. Could end up being a more efficient launch for the sake of me not... of getting up a little bit higher before we turn down. You know, there's a lot of aerodynamic forces on this craft. If we can get out of the lower atmosphere sooner, then maybe that's a good thing. But I don't want to hit space in a super hurry. So still just letting it prograde, but just giving it little nudges to pull her down the ball as we go. Uh-huh. Prograde. Wow, it really wants to tip up is the thing. And when I stop helping... Okay. 50 kilometers on the app WAPs now. There you go. Yeah, follow that orbital retrograde. Whoa, 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 whoa! I gave it a little touch because I thought it was going to get to the bottom, but there's so much upward force on the nose area right now. Goodness. App WAPs is... And we're out on those, so we'll drop them. Alright, those exploded. App WAPs is in space now. I'm going to let this App WAPs climb to a 73, so that was a completely different flight profile there. Completely different flight profile coming up. That leaves us with a lot more. Negative 500 is where we are on the peri-apsis this time. And we do not have... We're full on liquid fuel back here, but we can't drop this yet. Wow. Really? Damn. Okay. We do have over 1,000 meters per second of delta V remaining from this point, so maybe still more efficient than our previous segment. We still can't drop this, which I would prefer if we were empty there at this point. And we just got more liquid fuel than we need, potentially. We'll find out as we go. So, we're about to break into space here. Let's fizz warp. We're into space. App WAPs at 73 kilometers. Pull it around. And we'll inch up on that App WAPs. Nothing to throw away as of yet. Because we still got fuel in that nose cap. We're going to do stability assist from just above the ball. Get our wings flat. Oop. Yep. No. Get back up above the horizon to pull that app back. It'll pull it back over time, is the plan here. Yeah, I let the app get away from us. It'll be fine. It'll come back. So yeah, lots of work to be done on that peri-apsis. And we're running low on the fuel that's coming from here. Not draining from there yet at all, which is good. Yeah, Apwaps is still falling behind us. And we're out in that stage. I'm going to drop this. I'm going to send you away. And then I'm going to carry on our prograde. Okay, yeah, it did just kind of topple there. So we have 400 meters per second of DV left. Still burning up a lot in order to try and bring that app back. We're in Atmo again. I needed to fire sooner. These engines, this engine alone is not that powerful. App's still dropping, and we have negative 200 on the periapsis to kill. 100 meters per second remaining DV. 50. 0. We are out, and we can absolutely finish this off with what we've got on board, but I wanna launch it again exactly as it is and just fly it differently. Because I just feel like we came up too fast. Longer burn, stay in atmosphere longer. Oh, good. Yeah, night launches. Yeah, it looks nice. Yeah, and then you get up there and it's just dark and hideous and nasty and awful. There we go. Yeah, and now it's a cloudy day. Great. Great. SAS. Throttle to a third. Get off the there. He is cheating us out of explosions on side boosters, chat. Get the pitchforks. Let's try and get that SAS stabilized before we launch. Be nice anyway. It's not going to happen. Alright. Well, Houston.
In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Okay. Going again. And this time, the main change here is going to be that I want to... I mean, it's two things. It's switch over to prograde earlier and also decrease on the liquid fuel throttle earlier. I'm going to switch to prograde now because I think that extra control authority we've got up here in Atmo is helping a lot, which is kind of overstabilizing us and not allowing me to turn down. But this turn down is a bit much, I'd say. I'm going to kill the liquid fuel engines. Yeah, this is a bit much. I would prefer if we could stability assist and not keep falling down. Let's see if we're capable of doing that without toppling over. We've got that extra pitch authority there. We'll see. Solid fuel coming to the bottom. 200 meters per second left. And firing up full on the liquid. Now. Oop. Dropping those. Good. Okay. Continue holding. See where we are. Apwaps is very, very shallow, and we're in very shallow Atmo here. I feel like this turn down was a little bit too fast. The other one was not fast enough. This was a bit too fast, but I think we'll do better because we'll be getting additional lift from our wings, you know? So our Delta V will be getting an extra benefit in the long run off of this. Very space planey. It's a space plane. Let the wings help. Maybe I'm making stuff up so that this sounds like it was a good idea. Let me just check on the pitch. We've still got half of the upward pitch to resist when it wants to topple us on SAS right here. So 20 kilometers is what we've got. Apwaps coming up to 28. Liquid fuel down to its last fifth. Drifted a little bit off of the east there. Fuel down to about a sixth now, maybe an eighth. Wow. I'm just going to pull that down a bit more manually. And ready to drop these tanks. Dropping them. There we go. Apwaps at 50 kilometers now. And try and get us onto the line that we want. Maybe even pull us a little bit in the direction that we want. To negate which direction we've gone in to get us back on the equator. Alright. Coming up to 60K on the app right now. And I would like to just continue continue doing this in Atmo for a good long time. So I'm going to get our wings right down there on the horizon. Almost out of liquid fuel in the nose. So ideally we would hit space just as we're out of liquid fuel up here. And we have done just that. And I'm going to kill the engines then. Follow prograde. Okay. Okay, so now our next burn will be throwing all of the weight of that off and then burning with a periapsis currently of negative 387. We'll probably have 600 meters per second in delta V, maybe a little bit more, to crush off that last better part of 400. But I'm glad to see it in the threes anyway this time. Apoapsis is a little bit shallow, so I've got to manage it a lot better than I did on the last attempt. You saw my lips move? My lips are always moving. That's my job. I'm a talker. That's what they told me to do, so I just do it. I never shut up. Works out. Okay, yeah, so let's do this now. Drop the top stage. Goodbye. You go away. And then we fire up. Oh, I've done it. I've done it bad again. Oop, but I caught the apoapsis early. I can hold it out in front of us. Yep. Right there. Right there. Okay, 300 meters per second of delta V remaining. Periapsis at negative 270 meters now. App just in front of us. Don't want it to run away. Don't want it to slip behind. 100 meters per second delta V remaining with negative 100 and something on the periapsis. I'm going to push that apoapsis out. I'm going to let it get out in front of us quite a bit now. Because now we need to open up our main engines, or our main fuel. Burning a little bit unevenly because of how I did that. All right, but there you go. Yeah, don't let that run away. And we are in space with a wonky kind of an orbit with 2,755 meters per second of delta V. Again, not the greatest flight. Man, the first one that we did earlier was so good. 3,000 meters per second of DV still left over. Once we got up here with that one. Weird thing happened when you staged. Your delta V changed from 558 to 541. Really? Why would it do that? Is there maybe fuel left in the top stage? Remember, that was a concern of mine, whether or not they were all in the correct staging groups. You're saying when I threw off the nose cone. Is that right, Level Amp? Because these guys are dry. Alright, well, I do want to launch it again. Because it's either an ill-efficient launch profile, which honestly I think that worked out great. That burned very nicely. Or we're somehow still like throwing fuel away when we've got some left. And this is in the fuel stage 0. This is in flow priority 0. That's in 0. That's in 0. That's in 0. And then both of our side tanks are in negative 10. The draining should be correct. Why would my DV reading get lower when we throw that off? That's just silly, is what it is. Yeah. Full throttle to 200 meters per second, then throttle down and go prograde easy orbit. I will, fine, do the thing where we come off the pad at ridiculously high speeds in low atmosphere with a hard craft to steer. Alright, good idea. We'll give it a try. I'm going to do it at night. I think night helps for some reason. But I'll do half throttle instead of 1/3 throttle. Okay. There you go. Hold that SAS, I guess, when we go up. Man, a lot of rock here.
Rock and roll in 3, 2, 1, fire!
We're off and away. And I'll just make a lot more early speed. By running these engines hotter, faster. I'm going to follow prograde. And I'm going to back these engines off. About now. And just kill them dead. Let the solid fuel do it. I'm going to start banking us down a little bit more than the ship wants to go on its own. There you go. SRB's down to their last little gasp here. We're coming up to liquid fuel burn full. Burning liquid fuel full now. That's what I've been trying to avoid every time. But we're real tight on that. Okay, so again, follow prograde. Don't know when you stopped. Trying to get my wings into a reasonable position here. Switch over to this mode. In that direction. 30K on the Apoapsis already. Still kind of steep. Yeah, I agree. I'm going to try and bank us down hard. And I'm losing a lot to how much fighting I'm doing. The drag that I'm creating. $51K on the app. Okay, stability assist. Oh man, are we trying to lose everything? And we're well in space now. Didn't quite burn out everything in these tanks. Well, let's run it out. See what happens. This is causing problems because of the additional like lift that we get up there, and it's just pulling up really hard, which means that I'm resisting it a lot as we go. Wow, coming up to this very steep app right now. I'm just gonna burn these clear, the rest out of that we could get, and then drop them. Thank you. Go stability assist. Burn high. Try and keep the Apoaps in front of us. I don't want to go too much higher than this. I'm just going to hold it at 25 on the ball. I hope that it comes back. Let's just look at all of these fuel tanks and be sure that every single one of them is dry when we throw them off. There's all of those. And they're about to be out, and we've got the Apoaps back. And we're out in those, so I'm going to throw the head off. Hey, that actually works while we go. Alright, that's cool. We'll hold there. And what do we got here? Negative 300 on the periapsis with 300 meters per second of delta V. This one didn't work out either. I think we're doing so much like fighting ourselves with those little winglets that I added that we're losing massively to it. Evil Donner Balkan subscribed for 52 months on a 52-month streak of subscribing. Something wrong with this man. Thank you and welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Look who's there. Hello? Look who's... Where? What? Negative 100 on the periapsis. This thing's flying worse and worse ever since we put those winglets on. I'm going to rip them off. Ah. All the cards in the deck. Yeah, you got the 52. We could play 52 pickup. You know how to play that? Give it a try. Yeah, these, much as they would be nice, for like the descent, I don't think I can justify keeping them around. They're just, I hope that they're what's causing, like, we didn't change much else, did we? So, the other thing that we changed was that these would stay full the whole time instead of draining, so there's a difference of center of mass there, but it's just, there's so much work that I'm doing to resist to try and get it to pull down the ball the way I want. I think that's where I'm losing most of it. So I'm just going to rip those off and send it back up one more time and see if we're there. It's been a long time, yeah. Alright, so back to here. No night launch for me today, thank you. There we go. Early morning launch. There we go. Haven't had that one yet. SAS. Throttle to just the 1/3 that I was doing before. It was working fine with the ship before I put those winglets on. Let's see if this has pulled it back to sanity. Houston.
Sanity is not a thing that you're known for.
No. Hey, you're getting chatty all of a sudden. What changed?
I don't know. You're the one who does my voice.
What? But no, that's not how it...
I'm just kidding, man. I'm not a puppet of you. In 3, 2, 1, fuck the man.
Damn, Houston. We gotta make sure he's not trying to organize a union again, because that was not gonna work out. Gonna be significantly less profitable. Do I need to, like, start putting this over here instead? Does that make for a better frame? It's hard for me to think of it that way because there's so much. Alright, just follow your prograde and turn down, and also pull back on the liquid fuel engine to help you turn down more. That's just supposed to help you get off the pad a little bit more. You need to pay a little bit more attention to how you're launching it. 3K, let's get this thing turning down the ball, damn it. And then I don't want you to have to touch anything after that. Please. Please, for the love of please. Alright. So, SRB is about to be out. Solid liquid fuel full now. Dropping the SRBs, just sliding them past us. There we go. Right. Follow your damned prograde. All on your own, please. I don't like that there. How about dead in the middle? Like, I can't deal with the ship being off to that side. I'd rather it be giving me like a blow dry. Here, there we go. Okay. So, how are we looking now? APWAP's at 23. We're at 17. Those are kilometers. My wings level. And I'm going to try and get you turning down just a little bit more. Little touches. Little massive pulls down the bowl. 30 kilometers at the APWAPS now. It's feeling good. Follow prograde. Fingers off. Ah. Hello, nut buster. How you doing? How many you busted today? Huh? Well, you gotta keep busting my chops. My chops is what you're busting. 400 meters per second left in this in these tanks for the liquid fuel. APWAP's at 46 kilometers. I want to stay in Atmo a bit longer, if we could. There you go. Follow that orbital prograde. My God, the ship is just pulling up so much. 57 kilometers on those. We're about to drop these liquid fuel. Goodbye. Yeah, they clipped each other as they went. Alright, so now we're burning the fuel out of here and not out of there, which is also good. 67 on the APWAPS. Damn it. Let's go stability assist and get below the horizon and see if we can't just keep burning this for a while yet. Yeah, there you go. Trying to hold that. So I'd like to burn everything out of that nose cone. Alright, give me a little bit of height now. Because we're about to be dry on the nose cone, and I do want more than 70 on the app when we're dead. And we're out in the nose cone, so I'm killing the engines and I'm following prograde the rest of the way up. We are showing 560 meters per second left in DV. Ooh, you know why we'd have a negative DV result after throwing this off? Like, it should still be positive, but the SRB will be giving us a sort of false DV reading. You know, there's a little bit of fuel in the Sepratron that we're not using. It's just for moving this out of our way. So maybe that's part of why our DV is changing. So negative 328 is our periaps buried in the surface of Kerbal, and we've got 560. I would really want that to be like 600. Yeah, the SRB, that'd be it. Yeah. Alright, come on up. A little bit closer to the app web. Oh, wait, no, you gotta throw that off. We're empty here, so goodbye to you. Get out of our way. And don't follow prograde anymore. Give me a stability assist. Touch above the horizon. And burn. Right there. Hold the app waps out in front of you. Let it slip a little bit to you. And tell me we get up here with the full 3,000 meters per second left, because it's looking good now. 300 meters per second delta V left. Down on the horizon again. 150 meters per second delta V left. Periapsis will be coming up shortly. Periapsis is rising. And we are out of fuel with just not quite circularization there. That's beautiful. That's marvelous. That's brilliant. Because then we open up all the fuel that we brought along. We get on our prograde. And we finish that off. And we're up here with 2,940 meters per second of DV. It's like 2,957. Give me 3 meters per second of DV to finish off this, Oh, finish with RCS. Good call. Up to the app waps. You need to get onto your prograde there. Monoprop on. That periaps up. Hold it up. Give us a H. Damn it, not quite fast enough. Just a little DV. And there we go. And there we go. 2,958 meters per second. I said it was going to be 3, and I used the monoprop, and that's why it's it's 2 instead of 3. Otherwise, I was perfectly correct the entire time. And we have 200 meters per less than 200 meters between our app and peri. That's a beautiful circularization around Kerbal with this shuttle that is now parked here with 2,958 meters per second of DV. Hell yes. Hell yes. So this is the ship. The problem, though, then, is what it has been. Okay, what do you mean by that? It's that when we try to come back down, we are going to end up in a dead roll spin kind of nastiness at some point when we're coming back down, unless I've got fuel to move around from front to back as we come down to give us, like, keep our weight toward the front so that our nose will be we'll be coming down, and then when we go to land, move it to the back and come back up. If we're just empty, we're going to get into a air show for a minute, and then we can pull out of it and save it, is what I believe to be the case anyway. So let's try and prove that premise. I'm going to dump the fuel. Can you come in backwards, then flip around at a low speed? I'm up for that. I'll give that a try. If that'll keep us from flipping or toppling. I mean, we're still going to topple, though, aren't we? Starship style. I will give it a try. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to dump the fuel. So, clicking on one of these guys, we're in drain mode, vessel. Let's drain at like a 3% speed. And I'm going to click the button And then I'm going to come out here, and we're going to watch the app and parry go. So drain, full. Nothing's moving, so it's not actually draining. Drain stopped. Oh, drain, yes, yes, and go. Yeah, and it is toppling us as we do it. I guess I'll sacrifice the extra weight in order to cancel that out with one on either side. Because the SAS is not enough to combat it. Could use some RCS and see if that can counteract. Probably not. Yeah, messing up my nice everything. We do need to be able to get out of orbit though, Pawn. So you're going to need to save some of that fuel that you're just throwing away. Turn the RCS off. And this never happened. I'm not going to F5 or F9 because this is a simulation. So let's come down with 500 meters per second of DV or so left. Alright, find your... Here, I'll help. Find your prograde. Thank you. Actually, find your retrograde because we're gonna bring this thing down out of orbit. And open your bay, just to be like, the bay opens. Yeah, it doesn't open much because these tanks are kind of in the way. It's important for our long lifter stage that they be as proud as they can be in order to have some of our SRBs on there as high as they can be. So, let's lower our periapsis to something. Let's say something a little bit higher than usual because we're in a plane. We can make a bunch of something. We can make a bunch of drag on our way down, and I'm just gonna rotate us around. So that our wings are gonna be into the wind. I mean, actually, no. You want it like this because... Well, no, because that's where all the things that could blow up are. No, not really. Not really. Like, there's nothing on here that's any more touchy to thermal properties, to exploding, than the bad landing legs that we have currently, because what else are we going to do? Are we on prograde, though? Let me just turn down the ball a bit so I can see where the prograde bubble actually is, because I know we're a little bit off equatorial. Yeah, we're fine. We are fine. So let me just get us standing proud again against the wind. I mean, the other way to do this would be upside down, so we're facing down, and that would make more sense, wouldn't it? Put our wings up, we stare down at the planet, which, by the way, also gives Jeb a really nice view. Going to be facing the planet by apoaps anyway. Oh, yeah. But, like, if we were like this, then the bulk of any drag forces that are hitting us would be here, and then that would pull us down face first. See, there's a problem in all of these orientations. God damn it. It's the nature of nature. But I think that's a pretty cool, cool view that Jeb's got as we're coming back. So maybe that's the way to do it, just so that he can look out and see Kerbal below him. Let's go ahead and just warp a bit. And we're into Atmo. And I'm just gonna SAS us to stand tall there, and then we'll see how it goes with a bit of fizz warp. And in fact, I'm gonna do this, and we can watch the pitch move and see how much it's having to, the SAS is trying to pull against. And it's not even making an effort to resist that we're being pulled down here. So, cool. Yes, it doesn't recognize the top of north as anything attached to it. If I SAS'd to there, would you try and resist some of that, please? No? You still don't give a shit? Cool. Loving it. There is a planet down there, I assure you. And if I could find a mod that would turn things back for us, or make it so that I could increase the ambient lighting again, like used to be able to, then I would, but I've got a very specific mod pack in right now that has disabled the ambient lighting adjustment, so not quite sure what I'd have to do. So in this position, we will be actually driving ourselves down while we go. You know, faster and faster toward the surface is what's going to happen here. Oh, but we are toppling, so that's neat. Oh, okay. Yeah, goodness. And now we're into that death spin that I talked about. Son of a biscuit. What are we at? Something kilometers per something. Cool. I want you to try and follow your prograde for me. And apparently you are. And apparently it's straight friggin' down, which is neat. I would like if we weren't going to just immediately die, so I'm just going to start pulling us up. A lot of speed downward in order to create lift width now. So yeah, there's just a toppling phase. It's necessary upon re-entry with this craft. We're not completely free of liquid fuel, so I could have moved it around, but I didn't want to play with that this time. So now we're level with the horizon, and we can come down reasonably from here. 4 times fizz. Wish I had any idea where we were, what was going on down there. But you know, once we're about to hit a mountain, I'm sure I'll notice it. Maybe. Hopefully. Let's go to chase cam mode. Alright, so 3.7 kilometers. Let's try and negate this dive a bit. A little less steep, if we could. Man, the automated SAS sucks for, you know, pulling up on the pitch. Okay, and yep, Fizz Warp certainly sucks even worse. Mountains are a dime a dozen. Once you've crashed into one, you've crashed into them all. There's really no need to land this, but we've come all this way. We might as well. Yeah, I'm sure you guys can see better that there is terrain below us. Alright, now I can start to see that there's water. 4 times fizz, and we will belly land this thing into the water one more time. Oh, that's pretty low, Pawn. You should let yourself get. Ah, we're fine. Low speeds. I got fuel I could burn if I really wanted to pull up in a hurry. I'm just gonna dive. And then pull up hard. And at 50 meters per second, 40 meters per second, we are down in the water. Welcome back, Jebediah. It was successful tests, I guess. Successful-ish. It's just part of the shuttle re-entry. You're going to topple a bit. You're going to get whipped over and topple and stuff like that. Still have no idea what this would look like trying to return from somewhere a lot higher, a lot faster. But we do have at least the one radiator up here to keep the cockpit from exploding. The landing legs wouldn't be there in a later version of the ship once we've got better landing gear. But we're good. I'm not recovering the vessel, because this never happened, because I don't want to pay for it, because we've paid for a lot of them so far, and this was just a final test, tweak test. So, back to the VAB. And we need to figure out a mission that pays us $1.5 million to justify having designed and tested this beautiful monstrosity. I'm quite happy with it. I've got ideas for things to be done with it. I mean, we've got that big bay now. It's another thing that we still need to test that we haven't, which is taking it up with a load, you know? With a load. But yeah, what have we got in terms of missions that are currently active? Build an orbital station around Minmus. If we were really going to build it, bringing pieces up with a shuttle, that does not make sense, right? Science data from space around us, plant flag on us, explore Eve. That's a while off still. Position satellites. So that's a thing that a shuttle could do. It's going to cost us more than it would need to if we just shipped the satellite up alone. Rescue Sonri from orbit of Minmus. So we've got a whole Minmus pack going right now. What else have you got here? Surface outpost on the moon, 163K. Wow, you need to pay me more for doing something that's that involved. Seismic surveys, if you don't pay enough. Hello, here we go. What do we got here? Attach a new part to a satellite in orbit of Minmus. We've done that so many times, though. 2 tourists safely to their destination? That doesn't pay. Well, where do you want to go? Fly by the moon, land on the moon, land on the moon, fly by the moon. That's actually a reasonable mission right there. They both just want to land on the moon, and everything else comes, by when it comes by, and it's worth 100 grand. What's the ferry for? Land Minmus, orbit moon, land Minmus, orbit moon, orbit land, orbit. Well, everybody just wants to land on Minmus, but they want to orbit the moon as well. Nobody wants to land on the moon and land on Minmus. But stopping halfway to orbit the moon, it's not a big problem. I might take both of those. 3 tourists, what do you guys want to do? Land on the moon and Minmus. Yeah, you don't pay enough for that. And we don't have a solution for that. So those 2, but we've only got room for 1 more. Construction of a rover on the surface of Minmus. Good God. I mean, we've taken those missions before. We've made them work before. They do pay the most. They do pay a decent amount of money. That's like $500,000. We do 3 of those, and we're back up to where we were before we built this damn shuttle. It's just none of these missions really need a shuttle. After we've built this shuttle. The shuttle will have use in future. Absolutely. I like these tourist missions. I might just upgrade the facility so I can take everything that I want. 423,000? Boom. Because I like you. You're just a moon thing. And I'll be going to the moon. I can, bring 2 tourists with me easy enough, and it'll be an extra 100K. It'll pay for the ship that's doing whatever it's doing on the moon one day when we're doing that. These 4 tourists are paying a damn nice amount to just orbit the moon and land on Minmus. Just making sure that's true. Just orbit the moon, land on Minmus. There's no land on moon crap that's in here. That's a good deal. That's good tourism. We're going to take that as well. And then finish construction of a rover on the surface of Minmus. I think we should take that because of the money that's involved in it. So we got 9 active contracts now. Is that Eve orbit or Eve surface? I don't even remember. It's a flyby of Eve. That's all. And then a return from a flyby of Eve. So, boy, I was planning on sending a satellite. Because that just makes sense, But I guess we'll send the shuttle. No, we'll send a manned something. The shuttle can do that as is. To Eve and back? Yeah, empty. And then we could pick something up and put it in the cargo bay. Shuttle can take a satellite, even take the satellite to Eve and drop it there. Wow. I haven't really done enough interplanetary stuff to know off the top of my head what kind of DV is needed. But, yeah. We'll prove the satellite, or we'll prove the shuttle and its ability to, carry a load up anyway. We've already got one of those missions, don't we? To place a satellite in geosynchronous orbit. It's not, I'll tell you what I'd like to do. I want to get away from the shuttle for a minute, but this is probably going to be our proof of concept for the shuttle. Launching the shuttle so far cost us like 60 grand. It costs us 50 grand, and then I can make that better by landing closer to the KSC, you guys say. So, yeah, that'll be our proof of concept, but I'd like to just get away from it for a second, and so I'm thinking of doing this Minmus, or this what was it, the thing on the surface of Minmus, the rover, finish construction, because that's $500,000 back in our pockets immediately, and we've got Bill and Bill's ship. We send out a repairman to do what he needs to do. I don't got to build anything crazy. It's all ready to go. I think we do that. We spent a lot of money. We got to grind out, put in the time. You put in the time. You put in the time. Spider-Man. Winklevoss twins. You got to... so I want to... Wow, what even is going on? Damn, look at that. We've made a sundial of comms activity. Where are you? What's your deal? Who are you? The fuck is that? What is that? Is that one of mine? Why are you there? Did you get, like, thrown out? What the fuck is that? I don't know what it is. Let's turn on... Because it looks like it's not even a thing that I can hover. So, is there something that I'm not showing right now? No. What the fuck is that? Anybody know what that would be? If I go out of the system, is there something... No. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's an aging something that only existed when I left the system and then came back in, and then for a moment I could hover over it and find out it's the Kerbal something satellite. Kerbal 6 this is? It's an aging Kerbal sex satellite. This orbiting the sun. I think this must have been one of the satellites we had, and it got caught by the moon's gravity and whipped out. Did I take something that said I'll work on... I don't think I got a mission for something like that. Where are my missions? Go to the top. God, I hate the scroll here. Orbital station, no. Flag Omnibus, no. Science data, Explore Eve, no. Tourists. Rover. Place, like position, it's not... we have to build it and put it there, so no. More tourists. And Sonri. This is something that we already owned and did some work on, and now it's going solar. It is solar, in fact. Whoopsies. Anyway, you've distracted me. That wasn't... I don't care. I was going to Minmus, because I want to see this, this rover that we need to something in the other. Bill's spacecraft meets Bill's tool hauler. Oh, and the tool hauler is still down there. Where's the... Are you there? Unfinished Minmus surveyor. Okay. Where are you? I can't tell because we're on the dark side right now. Well, we'll find out when we're down there. Let's go fly it and find out what it is. You have some of those in your save? Satellites just got grabbed from orbit of Kerbal and whipped off into the solar system? 2,500 meters per second to low Eve orbit and back, assuming good aero braking at both ends. Well, I think we could handle that. Oh, what a cute little probe! What a cute little probey probe! That has electric charge, oxidizer, liquid fuel. Is it a problem with your wheels? Are you unable to generate electricity and it's running out? It looks like you're unable to generate electricity and you're running out. Is this your probe body? Hibernation on. Hibernate and warp auto. Yes. So you hibernate and don't drain any more of your electricity. Okay, so we've got a mystery goo. Just the Rove mate body. What the hell is that? Those are light strips? I've never actually seen them before. Oh, and look at the titties on this. Look at them tig old bitties. Oh my god. You get some liquid fuel and some oxidizer. Is there nothing actually wrong with this thing? Do you have any way of using that LFO? No. So somebody just made a little crawly bug that looks but it has no purpose in life. Fucking awesome. Good work, devs. Way to go. No, that's... So where do we need to go? Yeah, but if you... Yeah, activate navigation. Alright, so... I'm just gonna put you... over here. Hibernation off. Brakes off. Do you turn? Do you drive? I mean, you can't generate electricity, sure. Actually, it controls pretty well, too. I mean, for Minmus and a rover. Build up some speed in the direction of our thing. We don't have to go and repair this. They're going to give us $500,000 to drive something that already works to over here. That's awesome. I mean, it definitely needs some things. Does it not have any, like, antenna either? So it's because I've got such a strong network of satellites around Minmus that we can even drive it. So it probably lacked what the game thought it was depriving me of, was comms and electric regeneration. But, I mean, it's got enough on it. Oh, the fuel cells. That's why you've got the fuel on board. You can make electricity if I turned you on. This is free $500,000. Bill doesn't even have to get the ship out, man. How far are we from you? Can I get that number? Where do I get that number? Okay. So you do have generation. It's just not a long-term generation. It's a purposeful thing. Where are you, by the way, if I observed the mystery goo? Lesser Flats. And we've never landed there. And we could use some science, but that's not enough for us anyway. And we don't want to waste the electricity on transmission. And we don't really have good antenna for transmission either. So let's just finish this mission and get ourselves $500,000 Kerbuckles. Wow, they actually built one that kind of half works. Although, you know, that's also a hard fail because this mission was supposed to require me to come out and repair something. And I don't need, I just gotta drive it when I'm not doing that. 7.5 meters per second. I'll go up to fizz warp on this thing. Unless we see like a rock coming at one of our tires out on the flats, then we should be fine. How do I... Is there information somewhere about, like, where I'm going so that I could see what our... how far we are from it? That's us, and then the location zone is whatever the fuck it is, and no, I don't get to know. I just don't get to know. Doesn't Minmus have pretty much zero gravity? Lava Lamp says 1/20th of normal gravity. Very low. Which is why I'm kind of, you know, impressed that this thing actually drives and functions. It turned pretty well at a slow speed anyway. And it's very hard without, you know, the friction from gravity in order to make a rover that works well on the surface of Minmus. What is that off in the distance? Are those, like, real rocks? Or are those fake rocks? We're entering the zone, which means, by entering the zone, we have completed Move the Rover to the Zone, the mission. And we're done. $500,000 for me. Okay, the brakes don't really work on the damn thing. I'm just gonna increase... Let's go down. Increase the amount of braking that's in the rear. Because if you brake with the rear tires, then that means that the friction will be creating it'll be driving the front wheels down. If you brake with the front ones, then it's like riding a bike and grabbing the brakes, the front brakes, you go toppling over. But there you go. Alright, so you hibernate on, hibernate in warp auto, stay here, and enjoy your life. maybe turn your lights off. And save that electricity too. Alright. Nice of you to give me $500,000 to drive you a little bit over to a place. I enjoyed my time that I spent with you so thoroughly. You had the best tatas I've seen on a spaceship today. Back to the Space Center, please. Good. That's 1/3 of the development costs of the 40-ton shuttle recovered by driving a rover a little bit over there. Excellent. Who's that? Bags again? Hey, yeah. Cleaning your nails? It's trying to bite them off? What's your deal? What's your deal? Alright, so yeah. 3.6 million. I thought we left with 3.5 and that mission was supposed to pay me like a lot of friggin' money. Oh, I spent $500,000 on upgrading the facility. So we still did make but I spent like $400,000 on upgrading this building, mission control. All right, give me more easy missions like that where I don't have to do anything. You give me free money, baby. I'm really looking forward to the tourist stuff though, because I have in my head, you know, the idea of we've got a ship for Bill. Engineer man. He's got something, he puts all his tools on, he goes, he does whatever you need him to do. Works great. Now we got the shuttle that can haul crap to orbit. We could control, you know, reduce how much fuel is onboarded if we know exactly the mission we're taking for it. We can haul things up. We could even like haul up other spacecraft, like a lander in the bay. We get to a place with that, then we open the bay, and then the lander comes out, and then it carries on. I want Valentina to have a ship that's got to be all about, like, I want it to be just cool, like a pilot's ship, like a jet pilot ship, you know? Maybe she gets an SSTO kind of thing. The problem is, it's not very useful, you know? Pilot, SSTO. Yeah. Maybe we focus on, it's an SSTO, but maybe like a main function of it is as a grabber. I'm just trying to think of like what the role of a pilot is in the game. You know, Bill's an engineer. He's got an engineer's ship. There's lots of missions that come in, and you need an engineer with it. A pilot is just an all-rounder. You know, there's not a lot of special stuff once you get out of atmosphere. Then it feels like, yeah, that's a pilot's ship, is a plane that and it's got high maneuverability, and I like that. So I'm not completely clear on what Val's ship is if I want to make it purposeful in game. You know, themed after her, but also purposeful to the game. Bill's ship, or I mean Bob's ship as the scientist, is obviously just going to be a big science-y everything. Mobile, processing, lab, with all of the science we've got on board, that kind of a deal. Easy to imagine. I'm excited for Jeb's ship, because we don't like Jeb. We like to give him the grunt work, and the grunt work involves hauling tourists around. So excited to make that ship and to explore how many tourists I can get at the lowest cost to be able to move them to the places that they want these days, which is to land on this and land on that. And maybe we don't take the whole ship down. Maybe we pod them down onto the surface and then bring them back up, and Jeb takes them back. But Jeb should be, you know, a garbage collector and a flight attendant. A tourist captain, and maybe he's the one who should be driving around the little garbage troll that's got a claw on the front of it for grabbing shit that we need to knock down out of orbit. Wish I had that job. Orbital junk removal? Yeah. I mean, it's the thing is like, I hate to demean Valentina with that kind of work. But I love to demean Jebediah with that kind of work. But then the problem is, what the hell does Valentina even do around here? You know? She's a pilot. A pilot's pilot. And it's like, yeah, so you can fly a ship. I got a bunch of probes that allow me to do that with anybody else. Well, what do you got for you? You know? Same thing with Jeb. I've just, in my characterization, in my world, you know. Of the missions that we have to do right now, after that one, and we could check available again and see if there's anything else that I want. The new surface outpost we didn't like. That's crap we don't care about. A new part to a satellite in orbit of Minmus. That's actually worth some good money. And it's just a Communitron. And it gets us another satellite around Minmus. I just hate it because it's like things that we've done a bunch of, but we've got this whole pack of shit that's going on at Minmus right now. So I'm gonna take it. Ferry 2 tourists, these were the guys that were like, you're not paying me enough, and presumably these were the guys that want to go everywhere. Land on Moon, land on Minmus, and I can make more money with people who just want to land on one or the other. So that gets us down to that. So out of all these things, the next thing is either we're heading to Minmus to do a bunch of stuff, which orbital station, not ready for that today. Plant a flag, we could do. Science data from around, we'd pick that up when we're in orbit. Attach a new part to a satellite, sure, not difficult. Rescue Sonri, that gives us a reason to be in orbit as well. And then we've got tourists who also want to, well, they want to fly by the moon and land on Minmus, right? That was the whole deal with this pack. And that's a lot of good money for that. But I feel like that's a different mission. Jeb's Holy Shit Space Tours, where every stage has at least 10 TWR. No, that would be too costly. Jeb's ship has to be as threadbare and efficient as possible, so that it barely functions to accomplish the job of pushing these yahoos to orbit and then to wherever they need to go and then bringing them home. Absolute minimum dollar we could possibly spend on them. Put their lives at risk constantly. Is what we want to do there. It's looking like we're going to do science data around Minmus. We're going to fix that satellite that's in orbit of Minmus. And we're going to rescue Sonri from orbit of Minmus. All in a go. And it looks like it's a Bill's ship kind of a thing to repair something. Although Bill could just come with us in the shuttle, although we don't have space for Bill in the shuttle. It has to be flown by someone who can actually fly a thing. Although we could shove a place for Bill to sit in the back of the shuttle. Although... And our position satellite is geosynchronous orbit of Kerbal, and it goes in the wrong direction. It's a ridiculous non-geosynchronous geosynchronicity. That's our test thing for the shuttle, though. We were going to do that. Maybe we do that as our tester. Instead of all this Minmus stuff that takes us off of the theme of the shuttle for the day. Yeah. So we're going to build a satellite, put it in the back of the shuttle, and we're going to actually put this up here. It's in the wrong direction around the planet. So we either launch against the rotation of the planet to get there, which would be great with a shuttle, or we get good and high over Kerbal. Like we get to the apoaps, the highest point, 3.3 million meters. We go straight there with our periaps right at the, and then we get up, and then we fire retrograde, reversing our direction around Kerbal and then go. That's probably how we do that. Lava Lamp with a gift sub. Thank you, Lava Lamp. That's 10 gift subs given to the channel so far. And Disillusioned, welcome back to the Big Dick Club. I'm pretty sure you've had yourself a sub previously. Lava Lamp, thank you so much. It's officially December. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Is it officially December? Not here, but so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 5 hours. So that's... Merry Christmas, in Scotland. I don't know where you are, but you're across the pond from me. If it's already midnight, I live in the official time zone of the world, Greenwich. You live in Greenwich. But so yeah, I think we figured it out. We're gonna do this geosynchronous orbit so that we get to use the shuttle. And we'll make some of the money back on the shuttle, and we'll prove the concept that we can carry a load up. And we're going to be doing a thing where we got to go in the opposite direction of the spin of the planet. So it's not a little nothing of a mission, even though it seems like it because it's just putting up a satellite. but there's some complications to it that make it interesting and worth staying tuned across this 7 to 9 minute break that we're going to have here, because I need another break. And you do too, is what I could tell that you didn't know, but I'm just letting you know what was going on with you, because you've been weird lately, man. So I'm just trying to help you out, get you back on the straight and narrow, because you've been really, I don't know, twisted lately. You got to stop killing those squirrels. That's 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere pulling that out. am the Ronan Paul. Welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. And I got Bags here watching the stream live. He's got front row seating, and you can too for a donation at my Patreon, patreon.com/Ronan Paul of just $70,000. Shut up. Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program, where we're doing all them things. We're about to use our shuttle. We've built a 40-ton, like 38 and something, round up and make it sound more important. 40-ton shuttle. You know, you build 40 tons of shuttle, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't come, oh my soul, to the company store. I can't come or I can't go. Probably I can't go. But yeah, that's what we be doing today. And we've got the shuttle built, so all we got to do is build a probe to fulfill the contractual obligations, the terms for which we have been, and the thing. It is the most ridiculous probe you've ever been asked to build, just because they call it a geosynchronous orbit satellite, and it is going in the opposite direction of the rotation of Kerbal. So as far away from geosynchronicity as it possibly could be. In addition, the apoaps and periaps, which are not noted here, oh yes they are, you'll note that one is 3.3 million and the other is 2.3 million. So just a million meters between the high and the low of this synchronous rotational device that is directly opposing the synchronous line of, or yeah, so that's what we're doing today. It's worth some money, and it'll be a good test for our new shuttle. So, what do we need? We need a magnetometer boom, a science junior as well, and then it's just got to be a probe that can do probey things. But magnetometer boom and science junior, don't let me forget that then. So should we try and just build it right in the bay? Or should we build it and then bring it? We'd probably be better off building it and then bringing it in. So let's do it the wrong way by going to the Shuttle Mark III and popping open our cargo bay. Oh, all of them. There's a lot of room in this son of a bitch. And then we'll just build it right here. I think that's the worst idea you've had yet, Pawn. Thank you. Thank you very much. If I recall correctly, can you just build something onto a docking port without a docking port and then just let go of it? Isn't that a thing you can do? We can test it, I suppose, on the pad once we get to that point, but that sounds familiar. It sounds familiar, it does. The other thing is that we've built a number of satellites before. Would it be possible to start with a satellite we've already made in the past? Not my balls. Maybe my balls. I don't know. What? Grundle Comms Inc. Mark 1. Like, were I to merge you in, there's no way to possibly attach you, but so, it's fine, because... Is it fine in Kerbal? Oh, did this have one of those weird, crazy mounting systems that I came up with on it? Potentially, Pawn. Potentially. What are you attached to? How do you, in this ghostly form here, attach to the other thing? I suppose if I just ripped off everything here and threw it away, what is the center of things on this? I doubt I'll be able to actually attach. Oh, well, there is a attachment point on the bottom of that. Yes. That's a lot of unused bay. Alright, though. We've got it in here, and it is one of these weird attachment systems that I made. Can I just rip you off entirely? I can. Good. Go away. Alright. So, starting from this satellite, because it just gets us somewhere to start, I'm just trying to embed myself into the ship so that I can be able to grab things from wherever it is that I want them. So... what's attached to you and where? It's that guy, right? Yes, it is. Alright, so just grab this to start with and pull it out. into wide open space. There we go. I remember liking this satellite quite a bit. It had a lot of DV on it of its own, didn't it? In these external tanks. Do we have that in like a separate stage of some kind here? So that's just balls of mono. Ah, yes, and then there's your engines. So let's see if we can't put those off into their own stage. Up here. So you guys there, presuming a decouple, and we don't have a decouple yet, just to get an idea of what we're working with here, because it's been so long since we touched this thing, I don't remember. Let's put a regular sized decoupler on there. So I'm going to pull you off, set you aside for a second, and I'm going to put actually the TD06 decoupler just out in the middle of space. And so we got you, and that decoupler is this one. Give me another stage. And that's not telling us what I'd like it to tell us. But I've got a decoupler there. So why don't I have delta V on that? Like, that throws off all the other bits of the ship, but we would still have this in here, and then if I've got a decoupler there, and then I've got an engine there, then it should show me the delta V of it. To be fair, it says geosynchronous, not geostationary. So what is it synchronous with at 2 to 3 million? And does that mean that all satellites at any position are geosynchronous? What do we... in the opposite direction around the planet? What would the synchronicity be? Synchronous with any other satellite that happens to be at the same orbit at the same time? What is it synchronous with? Yeah, why don't I get DV readings from that? Because there's no point at which we're not this ship, and then we've got a decoupler there. I guess it's fine. If the orbit period matches, it's synchronous. One orbit per side real day. One orbit per side real day. Wow. So then the fact that it's going opposite of the rotation of Kerbal means that even though it's at that incredibly high height, it still goes all the way around Kerbal once per day? Damn. Okay. I didn't recognize any difference between those terms in the game. You put Keo at the front of it, and my brain kind of turns off. Yeah, that's Russia launches some with 2 orbits per day, so semi-synchronous. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I guess we just don't know the delta V on that. What you could do, Pawn? Yeah. What? Let's save this as the Mark IV for now. Save it, and then load up where this came from, which was it my Grundle? Is that what I brought in here? The Grundle comms? I can't remember already. Yes, it was the Grundle comms. And so the Grundle comms up here actually shows us that it's got about 1,000 meters per second of DV, and that's not really counting the monoprop, the fact that the more of it that we get rid of, the more delta V we get back from our liquid fuel, and the delta V that we get off of the monoprop. So that's well over 1,000 DV in and of itself, which could mean that we wouldn't actually have to have the shuttle reverse its direction around the orbit of Kerbal, but that we could let the satellite reverse its direction around the orbit of Kerbal. That makes a bit more sense. So let's go back to the Mark IV. And the problem is, you know, how the hell do you attach this? I remember that being like a... And then I had to build a special construction-y kind of a bit for it. So you're attached... Oh, well, there's your problem. That's why you're not getting readings, because this isn't actually attached to the thing that it's attached to. Pull you off, set you aside, use... What a... Oh, God. How did I manage to get the entire... Okay. And then Control Z. Thank you very much. You are what I was trying to get off, and apparently I did. I'm going to put you down here, then. Just to see everything working where it's supposed to. And we're still not getting readings, which means, what the fuck? You would break off, and then those three... Like I'm expecting you to give me DV readings for these engines once we've decoupled there. And you refuse. Okay, well, we know what it is. We don't have to worry about it. It's just annoying that the game doesn't work, kind of thing. Stationary has to do with two bodies of influence, like the L1, L2, L3, and L4 stops. All right, you guys are talking over my level of science-y knowledge. Lagrange points are places with fixed geometry with three bodies: Sun, Earth, satellite. Typically, you kind of orbit around the Lagrange point, though. And the SAT isn't a boy. Okay. So how do we attach this? And I already had a solution for that in the past. And it would probably actually work better here. The thing that I ripped off just a minute ago, threw away, like I didn't need it. I need it, is the thing. We would actually do very well in this situation if I just had, well, probably a standoff radial decoupler to give it a little bit more. And then with snapping, probably need to flip it around since you're putting it interior and the game sucks. Pull you in. So we'd do very well here to just not use the docking ports and just clamp this thing down in the middle of the ship. But it won't want to attach to there. It'll attach to wherever the hell you tell it to attach to, pawn. It won't attach to wherever the hell you want it to attach to, pawn. You need it to be a... need it to snap to an actual something, and then the other. Well, good. That's what I was looking forward to, was that. Get me out of structural an octagonal strut that I can attach to here. And then get me you. And then I do like that. And this was actually a previous design where we had that octagonal strut, and it was made to look as though it was supporting the ball there, and that gave us a nice attachment point. So I think that works pretty okay. Except that well, how are the balls, like, the ship isn't dead center to the room anymore, so I'm having trouble. Let me grab the whole damn ship, zoom out, and then absolute. Are you centered? Christ, I might have been better off when it wasn't centered, because we can't zoom in any closer than that. Yeah, that's pretty centered. Alright, well, what I want to look at is from back here, and then see how everything's merging together. So what I would like is for you to actually be, if I take you off of there, alright, and then rotate you like that, and then snap you on. Then my balls are off to the side of the decoupling thing. My engine is a little bit embedded into it, but I can resolve that. Oh no, it's not. It's not. That's part of the construction of the craft itself. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah, except for you shouldn't have dragged that around. You need to drag from here if you're gonna do anything. Does that cubic, or that octagonal strut, look nice, is the question. I am going to grab from here and see if it looks better if I embed. No, not that way. Everything's attached to you, though, so if I pull up from you... Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine exactly the way it is. Don't F with it, because that's nice. It's looking nice and structural. Lots of bits, and we got a place to attach it from. And then back here, I guess the one thing that would be a good idea to look at would be... I grab again from you. Get that up. Where would be the nicest low point that I could have it? Basically there, before it starts impacting in a whole bunch of weird ways into things. And again, not important for gameplay. Ah, shit, the satellite. Not important for gameplay, just important for, you know, my design choices. For me feeling like we shouldn't just break the game in everything that we do. Oh, I can raise you up further, and then I can see that actually things are penetrating. Okay. Raising you up further should help with the satellite there. And then if I can get that engine in a way that doesn't look like it would be ripping off as we release it. I can't, so it's just going to be ripping off as we release it. That's fine. Is what it is. We make assumptions. I'll tell you what, though, if you're going to do it that way, do it so that it's as far down so that the engine is penetrating that side of things. No, because then this is into the solar panel. So yeah, that's the most viable position, is somewhere in there. Alright. Alright. Just the things that I like and care about. And yeah, satellite is now clear. And now I'll just grab this itself and drag it down to a more central position in the bay. Visually, not even worrying about the center of mass there, and that's nice. And so the last thing would be that when we do release it, we don't actually want there to be any real kick force from that decoupler. It will be kicking in the right direction, though, so a little touch, just a little 1% of a in the correct direction would be what we're going for there. And hopefully it's not, like, penetrate-y in a way that makes it kick, which is entirely possible in this game. But okay. Noah Pierce, hello. What mode am I in? We're in moderate. I actually chose moderate difficulty, and I've found it very enjoyable. You know, we've played hardcore before, we've played easy and normal, I believe. I don't know, did we play easy ever? But I think moderate has the nicest balancing so far. You know, there's enough money, there's enough pressure on you money-wise in the early game that, you know, it's a bit of a challenge to get off the ground. The science comes in at a good rate, but not like a just destroy the place kind of a rate. And I have 3 current world records held in Kerbal Space Program as a speed run, so I know how to unlock the whole damn science tier in, well, in career mode, 56 minutes, I think. And in science mode, 44 minutes? Was that my best time? But yeah, we're in career mode, moderate difficulty. Yeah. But yeah, that looks like a reasonable thing. So now, from there, Pawn, now that you got the satellites, you know, that used to be the thing, you got to actually fulfill the terms of the contract. And the contract for this one said that you needed a magnetometer boom and a science junior. Fucking science junior, huh? Cool. It's cool. That's great. I'm going to save from here because what I'd like to do, if I possibly can, is make you... got what I need. No, I'll make you the root part, and then I'm going to rip the rest of the ship off of it. Yeah. It's a lot of ship. It's unnecessary. We're testing the shuttle with this. This little load that needs to go up. So Science Junior needs to come on here, and we've got very nicely balanced, like, monoprop solutions and everything on this already, so we're gonna ruin it. Damn it. Center of mass is there. Yeah, see how beautiful that positioning of that particular thruster block was in there? It was so good. Now it's dead. Now it's dead to us. It's dead to all of us. Where is that gonna go? Have it at the dead middle. Should be... Could take you off. And then, whoop, put you up here. Yeah, pulls our center of mass off to weird places and things. And then with the magnetometer boom, where would that go? Because I don't think this is this is the actual location I'm going to go with. But again, we don't have a lot of room on this craft for things. It's a 0.05 ton piece. So we could, like, counterbalance it and just have it on one side. Could have it off the edge of this guy and then counterbalance it with another 0.05 ton. I could put two of them on there if I wanted to. What else have we got as an option in terms of comms, actually? 0.05. So if I had one of you over here, and then we get rid of the little crappy this antenna. I mean, we got the big friggin' dish on there, but it's a relay antenna, this is a direct antenna, and maybe that matters to someone somewhere. I doubt it, but maybe. That looks cool. And then just to see what it looks like when it's fully deployed. Oh, that looks fucking awesome, is what that looks. Ah, I love it. Retract the boom. Put you back in. But what I don't love is where our center of mass is in relation to our previously beautifully positioned monoprop thrusters. Monoprop blocks. So... Do I have a place up here? And I could move my you boys up. 3 of you. Like there's room for it to be tucked in. Put them here. Blocks the access to that panel. Sure does. And it gets real tight for those solar panels to deploy. But they still got room. There's still clearance there. And that pulls our center of mass up toward the middle there. And the question would be... Well, it's poorly balanced though, because if I do that, and I do that, and I do that, and do that, it comes back up. But then once these guys are gone, we're not far off. We don't move that far around. And then I could put, like, the block there. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, middle to middle. That's not bad at all. So if that's the way of the world, then what I would want to be doing is... like, you're our SAS. And we're dead on the SAS. So the center of SAS is perfect. And then I just need to knot with the thruster blocks as they are. Or well, as it is. It's just one. It. Pull you out. Can I get it just that block? Can I please have just that block though? Just that thruster block. Ah! Yeah. Managed to grip it, rip it, and throw it away. Yeah, so the way that I had done that before, I certainly prefer it. But instead, yeah, we got one of those down there. Instead, we're going to do our command and control with linear guys, I guess. Unless... Pawn. What? Well, what are the options with these? Because there's so many different, like, little... variants they've got now. I mean, it ends up being the same. Yeah. So just 4 of those is what you're gonna do. And what's our orientation here? Put it right there. 4 of them. And then make them not look like shit. Yeah, you could just embed them so that, and then they don't look like shit because you can't even see them. That's good. Yeah, excellent. Good thinking. So that puts our RCS at the center of mass. It puts our SAS, reaction wheels, at the center of mass. Even as we drain, we're right around that center mark the entire time. I'm very happy with this. And then I remember with this craft, we cannot like back up with it, but we've got one back here for just going straight H, and then we've got all these little maneuvers there, which are kind of unnecessary because what's this craft ever going to need that for, except for maybe removing itself from a shuttle? Yes, I'm happy. These stand very proud, though. Yeah, but then when you embed them, they kind of look even worse. Just there. And then we'll pretend like I'm happy with that. Alright. 743 DV now. Oh, yeah. Wow. Why is that? Oh, well, because of this, I suppose. So we're down to more like 800 to 850 meters per second, you know? If I, first off, I just remove the monoprop, 880. So we've got 880, we got 900 meters per second. Once all the monoprop is gone, which means we could, you know, and then there's the monoprop on top of it that we could use to make things. We're still well over 900 meters per second there. I'm good. I think I'm very good with that. Yeah. Are you actually, like, not attached to that? Or is that just I'm seeing a reflection? I think you're a little bit not really. Yeah, that looks more like you're actually connected to one another. One tick up. There you go. Alright, that won't have affected the center of mass too badly. Okay. I think that's it then, right? Magnetometer boom, the other thing, can generate power, it's got its own, it's got comms on it, it's a satellite. Let's check. Magnetometer boom, Science Junior, maintain stability. That's it. That's that. So now, grab the ship. And then reattach it. How the fuck did it attach? It attaches. Oh, goodness, god damn it, Pawn. You may have just fucked everything by accidentally holding shift. I was holding shift because I wanted to grab the whole thing and move it over all as one piece, but when you hold shift on something that doesn't exist, that's ghost parted, it actually rips it off of the other thing. Fucking fuck me. Alright, hang on. Maybe I can salvage this. Love this fucking game for that kind of shit. So you go back on like that. And then just grab that. And then we just gotta find... I'm not exactly sure where I'm grabbing from. But that's what we want to attach to. It. Alright, just put it on. And then we'll see what the fuck's going on there. Okay. Sure. Now I'm gonna... You back as the centerpiece. Which snaps you to exactly the opposite of the correct rotation. No, it's fine. And now I can grab you again. Why? Can I grab you again? No, you're all from that. And then this comes off of that? What the fuck, game? It's okay. Because then I can remove the entire satellite from there based on whatever the hell it thinks it's connected to. And set you over there. And then just rebuild our decoupler solution. Just like that. unembed it. Because again, Kerbal just can't deal with its own interiors. And then you're going to attach to this. Is that the correct direction? Not really for where the balls are. Balls are the main thing, so I need you like that. For clearance. Clarence. Yeah, I think so. And now again with all this mess that I'd done once before. But now, I know what I'm gonna do, so it won't take as long or something. Oh, shit. Because then this is gonna be all penetrating on it. Fucking balls. Fucking balls? Fuck and balls. So if I make you the root part... Yeah, no. How the hell do I... I'm always stuck in this situation with Kerbal. Trying to figure out what I can... You know what? Here's what you can do. Is just say, fuck this game. With the root part bullshit. Trying to figure out, how do I get it attached to the thing that I want it attached to? Having done a lot of design to make sure that it could be attached there. And then you move things around, try and make it... What if you just said, listen, the game is an imperfect and inaccurate tool. So, compromises are made. That's how it's going to be. That's the way. Kerbal is great with its completely documented and easy-to-use UI. Yes, that completely and totally functions in exactly the way that it absolutely should. All of the time. Force percent, back down to 1. And then we just want to center the whole majigger. You know, nicely in there a little bit, and that should be it. Yeah, we're a little bit off on some weird angles and everything for release, but it's to accommodate the position of my balls. My balls don't actually have to be in any specific location. My balls are flexible. They can do a lot of things. So yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah. What I really need to know is the probe core, like what's its orientation, which it's down here, and where's the label on the thing? Hex is that way, so I spin just a bit to the right, and we'll be in some kind of orientation, whether it's right or correct or not. That's for the sages to discover on their own. I don't know, but here we go. There we go. Does that have the monoprop on the correct orientations? I can't tell. It looks a little bit off, doesn't it? Like if I spin it back by 1 to the left. Yeah, now it also looks a little bit off. Well, what if fuck it? No, what if absolute? We're directly online. Yeah, we're directly online with that. Alright, what if fuck it? Good. I think we're ready to launch that, more or less. Just need to figure out, you know, everything. Just kind of everything. Which I want to figure out. I can put those together into one stage. Doesn't hurt anybody. Just make sure that I'm not, you know, firing the engines when I release them. And yeah. Alright, close you up. Close you up. Brilliant. Are we ready to launch this? No, not at all. Why not? Well, because here's the thing. It's beautiful, it's ready to go, but we don't need the 3,000 meters per second of DV that we can bring up with the shuttle here on this launch. And so, my thought is, here's my thought though, what if we retooled, you know, everything? 1.14 TWR at sea level, but Well, because you've added weight. Right. So let's reduce our delta V on the shuttle part of the craft. So if I just come down to half dV on you and half dV on you, I really need to be looking at the center of mass as I do this, but it should be minimal impact because I'm pulling from both sides of where the center of mass already was. So that reduces us to something, something, and the other, both of them really, which gives us 1.21 TWR to lift to start. The question is, how much DV do we end up with in the ship when we get there? So if I open this back up, 2,115 meters per second of delta V once we're to orbit would be the idea, or thereabouts. And I still think that's overkill. So I'm going to pull down a bit from there. I'm going to pull down a bit from there. 1929. Does it change things when I put these engines back in there? No. Okay, because they will be back in there eventually. But right now, I mean, if these readings are correct, then I would bring even less. 1730. Okay, I'm going to go for the 2000. I'm going to go for the 1920. A little bit more than we need there. So that makes us lighter, and maybe just accounts for the added weight of the, satellite that we're bringing up, kind of a thing, but it's also a more reasonable amount of DV that, we won't just be wasting by going up there with that we won't use. And then you guys go back and, well, I wanted to look at the TWR is still 1.22, and we run these engines alongside it, so that's very similar to what we've been doing in the first place. And then we get up to here and it's a 1.57, and then we're up to this. Once these guys are gone, it presumes that we'll be out of fuel here, but we won't. So it says a TWR of 0.9. No, it doesn't presume that. It says a TWR of 0.94. But that's from sea level, Pawn. Right. I think we're good on this. I don't think I have to look real hard at all of the readings again. We've already designed it well in the first place. I do kind of need you to, do your job, which apparently you threw my fairing away. I remember this fairing not being super easy to build. Wow. If I can have it right there, I'll live with that. Okay, that fairing is super easy to build. Can be, anyway. Yeah. And just checking the staging one more time. I'm going to fire all those engines along each other as we, drop these launch clamps that don't even really hold us up. I'll tell you what, there's one more thing that I've been watching every time we fly this thing. And it's the, it's these fuel tanks not being actually supported for some reason. These guys are not strutted as we had them strutted. Are you strutted individually? Is that the problem? If I did that in mirror mode and then did that, do I get you on both sides? I do. Hooray, huzzah. That usually doesn't work. But I'll tell you what the problem is going to be is that we're not going to launch it in that direction that it's in right now, which means that I'm grabbing the whole damn ship and rotating it in the direction that it's supposed to launch, and then check and see if your struts are still there. They're still there. Okay. That's the directionality of launch. Damn, this ship is friggin' huge. This is as far out as I can zoom. Save that. Alright, now once through the staging. SRBs fire alongside our Bobcat liquid engines as we drop the launch clamps. Then we switch over to, we bring on online in full our center liquid fuel stack as we drop the SRBs and the SRBs alone. Now it's just our skipper and our Bobcats running alongside, consuming liquid fuel. Then we drop our Bobcat engines and their liquid fuel off when we're out there. And then once we're in space, we have hopefully drained the entire nose cone, and we throw that nose cone away. And then these things and other things, and huzzah. I'm curious with you guys if I could do like some thrust limiting on the way that you pull away, because they pull away very violently. If I just put you down to a 50-ish, or if I like demanded that it actually be 50. And I could reduce the solid fuel to half as well. I don't think that's really necessary to have all that solid fuel on there for the blow away part. And that is both of you? Good. Just making sure that it was actually in mirror mode when we attached those parts. I think we're good. Anybody else see anything? Decoupler gonna make you mad in about 15 to 20 minutes. Why? Why do you think so? Why do you think it would be a problem? I presume you're talking about this guy. And I've turned him down to 1% ejection force. He'll be popping off, not from there, but from down there, which will give it, you know, it won't be pushing it away from center. I could put it down to 0, and then we'll just push away on our own. Shouldn't be problematic. It's not even, like, really penetrating anything in this. It will stay attached to the probe. What? I've attached this to that, and then the probe is attached to that via this part down here. We could test it on the pad. Save you. And launch it. Well, except for we're not sending Jeb on a mission that actually matters. This is a job for... Wow! Oh, it's because of all the tourists. I'm like, where did I get all these people? We'll send Valentina, because it's actually, you know, it's man's work. So we send out Valentina. It's important work. Might throw off center of mass, but SAS should cope. Let's see. We'll test the release of that in our simulator. Yes, not for real, where we have to pay for it, obviously. So open up the bay, and then I'm just going to go direct to the decoupler. And decouple. Oh! All that shit stays with it. So I need it the other way around? What a bunch of bullshit. Okay, yeah, no. Alright, I guess I get it. Thank you for pointing that out. Back to the VAB, because yeah, that would have pissed me off. So we'll just spin it around, upside down, be a clown or something. We'll figure it out somehow, won't we? Stick it on the docking port and strut it. And then can you just release from docking port without having to have a decoupler on the docking port? The problem there is that it's 50% sure you can. That's how much percent I'm sure too. Problem is, like, that's not even the right part. You go on there, and then you come off here, and then, like, if I were to put it on the docking port, it doesn't really connect anywhere. Can't I just? Can I not just? Can't I just? Can't I not just? If I flipped it over like that. You're on the outside, and then anything that I attach to it is going to be ripped off. No. Well, you said it would make me angry in 15 to 20 minutes, but we're there now. And there's just not like a good... Is there a good way to do this? And I'm not thinking of it? Fucking parts in Kerbal, and they don't attach to their own interiors. Coupling. D. Coupling D. I put that on there, anything that's attached to it pops off with it. And it's like, what you want is for that to be attached to that, and then the whole thing to attach to that, but you can't do that. And if I put the decoupler on upside down, it doesn't matter. It's still like attached to the piece that it's attached to. And anything that you attach to that piece that it's attached to is still going to be where it is. Stack separator? Like inline? I mean... Oh, break off in both directions kind of a thing. It looks like I can attach radially to the stack separator. That's cool. But then the stack separator means that I'm leaving garbage in space. Watching a movie on the other screen. Is there a reason you don't just attach it to the docking port? From where? You know, I mean, if I care about embedding and stuff like that, which I do, coupler would stay attached to the shuttle, but not the SAT. Not the stack separator though, but the decoupler would. Can just set ejection force to 0.1, but you see, like the best place that I could possibly attach it would be where a fuel tank is just inside the rest of the ship. You know, if the game fucking worked and I could put the fucking thing on the fucking node, then it would be along those lines. You know, I could cheat us into a position like that. And then it's just floating in midair. Why is it not snapping to the engine on bottom? There's no engine on the bottom. That's a linear RCS port. The engines are radially mounted. Yeah, RCS. I'm getting to the point with the game that I'm thinking like I really do have to just find a way where I decide that it doesn't matter, you know, like just a way to attach things. Or just don't care. Just don't care. You know, somebody said earlier, what if you just did this, right? And then, fucking strutted it to the sidewalls so that it, you know, looks like maybe there's some kind of attachment there or something. That was suggested. And it's like, I don't want to do that. And then it's like, you know what? Fuck it. There's the other angle on that. The other consideration is it's this game. There's no good solution to this problem that comes up every fucking time I try to do something. So maybe this is what it is. It's just whatever. You know, we just pretend like it doesn't matter, like it wouldn't be a problem. If it looks right, it is right, and that's the problem, is that it don't really look right. But it's yeah, this is as close as we can get, and I just come to terms with that it sucks, game sucks, suck game sucky, sucks, game sucks. So then let's have that like that, and then let's put it back out on the pad again and make sure that we can release that docking port, and it will actually release the part when we do that. So save once more, and is Val still in there? Good. Not that we're going to launch it. But yeah, I've just spent too much time taking too much care to figure out a way to make the game work in a way that's like, and then it looks like it could actually function. And it's just time down a time hole. It's a sink from which you never get anything back. And ultimately you've been fighting something that really doesn't look right even when you're done with it. But that looks good enough. We're held on by some rails from one side and the other, you know, it's alright, whatever. And then if I undock, We're definitely free. Now, the way that it popped... not that pop. That's not the pop I was talking about. The way that it popped suggests to me that maybe I should lift it a little bit further away from that docking port, because it popped out. So even though they're not... Yeah, there's a little bit of penetration there. I mean, it's in parts that where it shouldn't, but I mean, this game is based around physics or anything like that, and should be able to calculate that these aren't actually touching one another. It's not the kind of thing that we're doing here. So if I just did that, we've got complete and total clearance there, and then I grab you guys and I pull you up, and this will be the system for mounting anything in the shuttle that doesn't have a inline docking port. Will just be fucking fake it and strut it and go on with your life. Are you directly in line with those RCS ports though? Because that's not making me happy. Put you... Well, but then you're on the... See, because if you're not there, then you're on the other thing. Come on, show me a place that you can do it down here. You can do it down here. If you could just get a fucking camera angle. Here we go. Yeah. We'll put them on down here. 2 times. Yep. And somewhere, and I'll fix it. Stop. 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 All the things that you're doing. Absolute. Grab. I'll pull you to dead center. And then drag you up until you look straight. Okay? And you guys come in like that. You can see a corner poking through. Now I can't. And we got clearance in all the directions. It'll have to do. So close you up. Close you up. What about an octopiece on the floor of the cargo bay with a docking port, and then the small docking port on the round white thing you have in the middle? See, that's the shit that I've done before. I could go the satellite that we stole this satellite from and then modified it. You should see the shit that I did there with this side radial mounted thing that went down to it's attached through octagonals down to a cubic octagonal, or rather not. Yeah, so through cubics down to a octagonal cubic. And all this like fancy, and it worked beautifully, but at the end of the day I'm just wasting my fucking time, you know. It's like, it's an incredible amount of work to just force things together that, you know, the developers didn't think about, so why should I waste my time thinking about? I want, yeah, some of the staging is now broken because we moved it around too many times, so that's all good, and then that's all good. And that seems good. But then we need the fairing blows off at the same time as that Sepratron up top goes, at the same time as this throws all of it away. And then we've got those engines down there as a separate thing after we do the docking port manually. Good. Save. Val, you still in there? She is. Launch it. We're going. We're going to the place with the guys and the stuff. Now, we've drained liquid fuel from either end of the shuttle, so this is different, you know. It should be easier. I think we're pushing up less weight, but it will just change things. So this flight might not be guaranteed. And I keep launching at night, don't I? Yes, you do. It's fine. We'll make the burn more impressive as we go. Okay, I think we're good. So SAS on. Throttle to 1/3. I might even pop those open so we can see the TWR as we go. It's saying a 1.61, but it's not taking into account that I'm at 1/3 throttle. So we should come off the pad with like a 1.2, a high 1.2 or a low 1.3 is what I'm expecting. Houston, can we get a countdown?
That's a lot of work you usually put into making those decouplers stick on.
I was just saying, we don't have to go down that road again.
No, all right. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Yeah, so 1.37 or so off the pad with that. Okay. So we're on our way. And we're not tipping down the bowl the way that we were with the mass of all that fuel, so I'm actually going to tip us down in the direction that we want to go eastward to get us started here. And I'm going to throttle down on the liquid fuel, now that we've got some speed built, until it's completely off. And we're purely on SRBs now, and I'm going to follow prograde as we carry on here. Alright, this turnover is looking reasonable. Solid fuel, got about a quarter of it left. Yeah, I'm liking the turnover so far. Could turn over on me way too fast, way too quick from here, but I'm liking it so far. Okay, getting to the bottom of the solid fuel, about to go full on liquid. Now, dropping those SRBs, still following prograde. Looking good. Good transfer, good release. Pull up our app. 20k on the apoapsis so far, and we're at 15. About 550 meters per second of speed built. Look at how beautifully, like, I love the colors. I love the colors of the thrust with this pack. It's very nice. Okay. Good burn going. Apoapsis at 30k. I think I'm going to go stability assist at about 25 degrees on the ball. Well, if we're at 25 kilometers, I might just follow. No, I'm going stability assist. Don't tip. Keep my hands off the controls. Don't lose it now. 1,000 meters per second worth of speed. We're at 30 kilometers above the surface with an apoapsis of 43k. No, we're going to follow prograde. We're going to follow prograde here. Apoapsis up at 50. And we will be coming to the bottom of the fuel that's in these as of, you know, shortly. So getting ready to toss those off. Apoapsis at 66, 67, 68, 69. And we're out, and I'm killing the engines. We're dropping those, and I've killed the engines, and we're following prograde the rest of the way up. We have an intense amount of fuel remaining in our tip that we're gonna just end up throwing away. So we still brought up way too much fuel, is the thing. I mean, we can keep it with us for... We just don't need it. We've got our periapsis at negative 368. We might burn through another 450, 500 meters per second of delta V, but we got 250 we didn't need. Transfer it to the big tanks. Oh shit, I was running the big tanks the whole time because I unlocked them. Yes, good call. And I can do that now. So you to, let's say these in, and we'll try and hopefully we can fill the entirety of the build. We're not going to, are we? No. Oh, I'm going to end up trying to do fuel balancing. So you, in. Okay, apoapsis is at 75.5, so we've got a couple of seconds here for me to try and get this done. That gets not all of the fuel. What? You to you. In. Everything dry? Everything's dry up top. Indeed. Now, we've got 882 there, and we've got 982 here. Close. Not close at all. It's fine. It's close enough. It's close enough. We've drained those. And since we have drained those, now I can throw that away immediately. F5. Get rid of it. And we need to start burning. We're coming up on this apoapsis in a hurry. Maybe stability assist. Pull you up. Burn. What are you doing? Man, she pulls up hard for reasons. Nice hold on the apoapsis. Transfer fuel forward and it'll pull up less. Oh yeah, that's why it's doing it. You're right. Don't have the option now, mid-maneuver. And killing the... Nope. Keep going. Periapsis is up, and we are orbital. With 2,420 meters per second of DV remaining in these tanks. Not drawing from just the wing tanks at the moment. Yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? We got up here, we got there, we got there, we got there, we got there. You guys have a flow priority of -10. Tried to set the flow priorities up before. Maybe we could do that again now that we've got this configuration, so that even with these left open, they will be the lowest flow priority, and we'll suck from there. We'll suck from the tip, then we'll suck from there, and then we would suck from there, and then I don't have to unlock and lock those tanks anymore. We had so many problems in development trying to get it to work that we just ended up there. Give me the free camera mode, because I like looking down on the planet when we're looking down on the planet. Alright, let's light her up, and deploy comms and comms and generation. Yes, sir. F5 from here. And where are we going? Alright, so we're going to this pink line here. And we want to go to our apoaps. So, the plan is get our apoaps up, out, you know, mostly to that direction. And then drop the satellite and let it reverse its rotation around Kerbal all on its own. So the satellite will be up here, our apoaps will be up there, our periaps will be there. So it'll not need a lot of force at 3.3 million outside of Kerbal's sphere, you know, of influence, away from its gravity well. To reverse its direction entirely, it'll flip that, and then it can blow it out in the opposite direction toward that periapsis. That's what we're planning to do. So a good time to leave, if we want to hit that, we've got ascending node, descending node, and all that jazz. Yeah, I guess we leave with the ascending node. We're going this way. I don't know, like, I'm of a mind to just go straight there. What did I do? I set something to target, I meant to add a maneuver. Cool. Uh-huh. So, make a maneuver node. Set to there. Get me this up, go over to here. And I'll get my app up with... That DN is not correct, because now I got something targeted that I didn't mean to. Is it you? Unset target. Thank you. So if we put our apoaps up there and at its ascending node... Like, we got a twist regardless, is the thing. Yeah, but it's still... You should go to the ascending, I think. Something along those lines. So that'll get us up there, and then we release the satellite. The satellite does all of the work on its own from there. I mean, if it might be able to. It's got over 1,000 delta V once we start using monoprop alongside the liquid fuel that it's got and everything. I think it could do it. Take fuel out of the wings for better stability. We're in space, man. What do you mean stability? Stability of the burn would be nice. I will try and rebalance these, I suppose. So, you got 790 and 790. If I could just even this out. There you go. 648, 797, 790. That's as close as we need that to be. And then these guys will be even. And so it's how we designed it more or less right now. F5 from there. So, node is coming up in 4 minutes. And then we'll be burning to this ascending node. Burn time of 36 seconds, so we want to leave... We'll leave at 36 seconds and we'll burn at half throttle, because it's not a long burn, and that'll give me a little bit more control. Fuel in the wing tanks offset the center of mass. Putting it in the center tanks will make it torque less. I'm not interested anymore. I just don't give a fuck, is where we are there. Prograde. 36 seconds. I'm leaving a little bit late. We'll just burn prograde. And it can use its own SAS to resist it and its own gambling and everything else. So this was a burn of about 600 meters per second off of the 2400 that we brought. Little overkill. One of the things we'll want to make sure of is that we weren't burning from the fuel that's in that as we went. It's behind a docking port. So I don't know what the cross-feed fuel situation is on docking ports, because it's just been so long since I've been playing with docking port. We will find out here. .180 meters per second left on this burn. Six seconds remaining on the burn. Okay. Should have been watching some other numbers, but that's close enough. We're there. Good enough for government work. And so now we would come up to our apps and then something in the other. I will F5 and then I'm going to just warp to there a bit before we get there. And it should be moving slow this far out. We got light and stuff now? Oh, we do. Brilliant. I'm gonna leave the lights on though. They're pretty. What camera mode am I in? Give me orbital, please. Well, then what? There we go. Give me a plane, if you don't mind. The node will flip out on you. I don't know what you're saying. I'm just lava lamp. Get off my nuts for a minute. I don't care. Wow, we've got a weird, like, orientation here. Like, what do you see, Val? You look to your left. Do you see any Kerbans? Where's the plane? Yes, there it is. Okay. Now that works. That works. I get it. I get it. So, from here, let's start prepping for the release. So, boom. Open the shuttle bay. And have I been draining fuel from there? You absolutely have been. Son of a biscuit Mother Teresa. So that's fine. That's why I've wanted to check that. Let's pull from... Which one of you had a little bit more? You got more in the oxidizer, and you got more in the everything. So you can give it all. No. You can just pull from both at once, and then pull that one in, and say in. I'll draw the liquid fuel out from both ends at the same time. And then you boys, into our dumpling as well. Okay, numbers all still look good. Those were our only two places that we kept anything in here. F5, and is there any reason not to just go ahead and release now? Release now, and then the satellite can try and set up its nodes and see how much Delta V it's going to need to actually get what it's trying to do, and then we'll know whether or not we need to recapture it by putting it in the dock without anything to secure it. and push it up there ourselves with our 1,700 meters per second of delta V. Yeah, I think we can just release it at this point. So again, I have F5'd, and let's find out what happens here when we undock. Good, we're free and there's no additional movement. And now we're... I don't know which one I am. Shuttle Mark 4, Shuttle Mark 4 relay. So I'm going to assume that this is you. Alright, so what's our orientation is a good thing that we'd like to know. If I give it a little touch. Nope, not that way. There's the direction. That is a big dish to fit right through there. Just purty like. So purty. Yeah. I like to look at that. That's good. Very impressive. What, do you think so too, Bags? You like it? You like it? Or are you hungry? Yeah, you want... I don't know what you want. Very cool. I did miss most of this stream then. Yes, you did. But it's fine. You missed all of the... This is the best part so far. Just this beauty shot of the satellite slowly pulling away after being released from the 40-ton shuttle with way too much delta V for this mission. So yeah, we're controlling this. So next thing we want to do is thank the Amish Stig for the subscription. 6 months, half a year, have some more money straight out of Bezos' pocket. That's the tastiest of the monies. That's what I flavor my salads with, is Bezos money. I just grind it up and snort it, and then I eat a salad. That's how that works. Thank you, the Amish Stig. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. So if I have been following any convention, then when I press 9... nothing will happen. And when I press 8, also nothing will happen. Good. These were manually deployed, was what we had always planned to do. So we'll just extend the solar panels. It might be on 1 and 2, actually. It might be back from there. But I'll just manually do all of the things. Extend them once, and then they're extended. We'll open the antenna as foul. And then, just for kicks, we'll... put the magnetometer boom out also. That's data that we don't already have yet. Val, I want you to get out and come get something off of this craft. Is that it? That was it. Yeah, Val. How close are we to the app? Yeah, we're moving very slow up here. Val, seriously. Seriously, hon. Jump out. There's some data I want you to grab. Should be above you somewhere here. Yeah. I would love to be able to see where you're going. Apparently we haven't done a magnetometer boom from high over Kerbal yet. Download the data. Thank you. And that's it. And back down to your ship. Damn it, this is so cool. Some of these images. I mean, look at that. Just